What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Brea Thorn. How you doing? Almost didn't make it tonight. Almost. I hurt my back this morning. Just as it happens when you get over 40, sometimes you just move slightly the wrong way, and your body's like, "Oh, buddy, you're gonna be feeling that for the next few days." Enjoy. Well, okay, especially if you already had a ruptured disc. Basically, there's a pain party happening, and the address is right between the L4 and the L5. You can find it. Anyways, I hope y'all are doing well. I hope you're doing better than me. Back pain is not fun, especially because I had stuff come in for the editing PC, the new power supply, all that, that stuff came in. I even got a ridiculous cable. One of these cables I was showing you guys, these Asia Horse cables that are, the PC building simulator ones. And I was like, oh, let me put that in there. Let me check it out, I'm a little worried about this one. Because that is, that's 12VH PWR. I don't think I'd use this on a 5090. Maybe other stuff. It looks so dope, man. And I've been trusting Asia Horse cables for a long time. I've been using Asia Horse cable extensions for a really long time. And they're awesome. Like, I've never had one fail on me. That's real wood, but it's bamboo wood. That's real. But anyways. So I was, and I also got the 3 120 millimeter reverse flow fans from Mike that he sent me to go in for the intake, and all that. I wanted to get all that done, and yeah. Well, we'll see how that goes. I don't know. Maybe what I was thinking was, if things were a little slow tonight on doing PC matchmaking, we could just have a chill stream where I'm just here kind of doing the little swap outs, little upgrades. Maybe test the faulty power supply with the Thermaltake Dr. Power 3 that Mike sent me right here, which that you can't see anything there, but that's a power supply tester. That's their latest one right there. There's your 12+4 for GPUs, for NVIDIA GPUs. And a couple of AMD GPUs. All that talk about like, oh, we're not using bad cables and blah, blah, blah. And then they have some of their AIBs put in 12V 2x6. Interesting. Yeah, Mikey, that it was working and it was working. And then suddenly, though it was supplying some power to the motherboard, like I saw the light on the onboard power switch, and the RAM lit up, it wouldn't power on. And I swapped out the power supply with another one I had, and it powered right up. I was talking about that on Sunday. Because I had to do that before Sunday. I was like troubleshooting it for a while. So Thermal Mike was just like, oh, we can't have that. Sent me a different one. And he sent me the Dr. Power 3 so I could try testing it. Maybe we'll do that on stream tonight. So we can see how that is. That's the exact problem I have with the first SFX one. Yeah. So I don't know. That's the thing. You guys got to remember something. Sometimes if you get a pre-built and there's a problem with the hardware, you got to understand that system integrator does not make that hardware. And the PC worked for 2 days before the power supply had a problem. It's crazy, but that's how it goes. They could thoroughly test your PC and the day it arrives at your doorstep, and there's a problem. But if you have a good system integrator you bought your PC from, you can be like, well, this is inconvenient. Let's see how they do. You don't fly off the handle, flip out, and start making up stories in the SI testimonials like some... actually, that guy didn't make up stories. He was actually fully showing how kind of much of a douche he was. But anyways, then his buddy came in and douched it up for him. Like, douche by proxy. Douchebag by proxy, I would say. Anyways, let me say hi to everybody. First off, what's up, Mikey? What's going on, Lycos 45? Zeno the Cyberfwagon. How's it going? Tired mowing lawns. Yeah. Observer of Thoughts, thank you for the lurk and being in both chats. I always appreciate that. Zintech, welcome. That's always how it goes. That first 30-day window usually is enough to weed out faulty hardware, hence our warranty. Yeah, 100%. Alice, welcome. Welcome to you. How you doing? Tech Blacksmith, what's going on? Good evening to you. Been there, done that. Talking about hurting your back. Yeah. Egyptian Savage, how you doing? What's up? In my PC, I got Asia Horse fans and cable covers and motherboard tray RGB. I have that motherboard tray RGB too. It's more subtle than I was expecting, and I like that. It just exists in there, and it's just like subtle illumination all around. Well, not all around the motherboard, two edges of the motherboard, but I like it, and it was easy to install. Like, they kept it really simple with how they built them, and that's good. I mean, it's just 3-pin 5-volt ARGB, and you're good to go. Poopy John, what's going on? Hey, Bree, caught you as soon as I got home. We are just a couple minutes in. You're totally fine. Guys, y'all don't have to say anything. Whenever you get here, I'm happy to see you. You don't have to apologize for not being here sooner, because you got here whenever you could. There's people who come in 5 minutes before we raid somebody else on Twitch, and I'm like, I'm happy you're here. That's awesome. Sorry you missed the stream, but like, thank you for coming through. Come with me with the raid. Let's go say hi to one of my friends, you know? Whenever you get here, and I'm happy that you're here. That's how that goes. Now, I've always been on time in life, and your stream will take no exception. Can't relate, but I do appreciate. Anyway, so these cables, like, so this, it's interesting because this is like offset because it has to be. I wish I had my top-down camera on. I don't. And I don't want to stand up right now because my back hurts from earlier. But this is like intentionally offset because, as you can see, this is the part that plugs into your power supply, and then there's your 3-pin for your RGB. Just right there into the top of that connector. No RGB wires going to the GPU or anything, like to the connector there. This is just very, very subtle. You might not even end up plugging it in if you don't want to. There's very subtle circle of RGB on there. It's nice. It's just an extra touch. Just make sure you have enough RGB connections or you have a nice splitter. I will, there's multiple brands out there that make really nice RGB splitters, but you don't want to put too many on one header on your motherboard. There's only so many LEDs a single header can illuminate. Z-Man Scar 715, welcome. How's it going? Asia Horse is like the budget Lee on a ton of steroids. Yeah. Yeah, they are really going all out over at Asia Horse. My thing is, I wish they had more 140 millimeter fans with their daisy chaining infinity mirror fans. They don't. I looked at that for another build I'm looking at. And nope, nothing. Rurutu, welcome. How you doing? Oh boy. By the way, I took care of the cricket problem for anybody who was here yesterday and heard about that. I let them loose in the wild. They are now. I don't know where they jumped on board in that box from Thermaltake. It could have been in their warehouse. They probably have a massive warehouse, and bugs get in there. I mean, that happens. If the box was open while they were like getting different things, maybe some of them just were like, "Woo, let's go to Texas, get some barbecue." Well, they've just made a road trip, a big long road trip, and here they are, in Texas, and they're like, "Oof, it's a humid heat. That's not good." I think I saw somebody on Twitter talking about like how Texas is not humid. Texas is not humid. Texas is huge. Where you're from in Texas, it's more inland and probably not. It's probably not humid. But a lot of Texas is on or near the coast where it's very humid, or the Rio Grande Valley where there's a river and it's hot and there's a lot of water there, so it gets humid. That's how humidity works. Like Houston. Oh my God. Houston is so humid. But it's a little more inland. Like Galveston is insane. You can get out. You can just like, I don't feel like taking the car today. I think I'll swim to work, Yeah, Lycos knows what's up. That's what I'm talking about. Galveston. Crazy humid. West Texas is not that humid. Houston is Florida. Yeah. Where's the Asia Horse Uma Mutsume anime horse girl collab? First off, Rurutu, There is no space between Uma and Musume, so I would ask you to kindly get that right. I'm just kidding. It's insane how many of the content creators I follow ended up falling into the gaming content creators who fell into the horse girl gotcha game rabbit hole. So I see the title all the time. So I was able to correct you there. It's funny. The only thing that's too much RGB is they're Matrix fans. Funny, Egyptian Savages, that's the first thing I ever bought from Asia Horse, was their Matrix fans. And at the time, I was challenging myself because I wasn't a big fan of RGB, but I'd gotten into streaming and I started to do YouTube stuff. So I was like, my PC is boring looking and I'm going to be getting a different one. And then I'm going to rebuild that into a big case with lots of glass, a white case. Let's do a white PC with tons of RGB. So I found the most RGB fans I could at the time. And that was those Asia Horse Matrix fans. And man, it looked sick. I was like, you know what? I see it. I see why people like it. And now it's everywhere. It's everywhere in my life. I keep forgetting I have that poster board, that black poster board there. I was moving that before and I forgot to put it back where it was. But hey, it's covering some cables probably, so. At least it's not like Egypt. It's like 51 Celsius and 95% humidity. Well, I'm sorry. 51C. 51C to 123 degrees on 0.8, excuse me. Okay, so where I'm at, you'll get like in the summer, in the depths of summer, you'll get like 105 and like 98% humidity. So it's a little bit more humid, but a little less insanely hot, I guess. Wow. The thing, here's the thing, Savage, that when it's really the humidity though, because you can't sweat properly. Your sweat can't evaporate, which is the cooling function of human beings, evaporation of sweat. So like it almost doesn't matter what the actual temperature is if it's any high 90s or triple digit number and very high humidity, you're just miserable. You can't cool yourself off. So when there was one time, my first time going to California, I was on a road trip and I was a teen at the time, and we were going through Phoenix or some part of Arizona. Get up there, they stopped for gas. I got out of like the van. It was like a group trip. I got out of the van and I went right back in. I was like, oh my God, it's got to be like 150 degrees outside. What is this? And the thing is, it was so dry and I was so used to humidity, absolute humidity, that I felt the moisture just getting sucked out of me. Just like my skin just drying up like SpongeBob on the beach. Collapso ISO says, unless that says Collapsu ISO. Hey, can I overclock on my PC i5 650? Well, I'll say this. If it's still running, do not touch it. You just back away slowly and let that keep running. That's my advice. No sudden movements, no loud noises. Funny enough though, like it was until like late 2019, I was still running a 4790K, and with a stable, nice, mild, stable overclock, and yeah. 95 is normal. Sometimes it gets to 98 or 99, and boom, it's winter and like 1C or even negative. Yeah. Texas, at least my part of Texas, we either get 2 weeks of winter or we get like a month and a half of winter with a 2-week-long freeze where the entire infrastructure of the state shuts down. That was 2022, I think. Was it 2022? I think so. Texas is... Look, if you're a proud Texan, I understand it. But there's some facets of this gem of a state that are kind of dumb. I think we can all agree on that. But that's every state. Every state's got its pros and cons. 4790K Devil's Canyon was the coolest naming scheme Intel ever had. Yep. Mikey, look, let's not pretend there is a tech company out there that knows how to name. There's a chip company or anything that knows how to name their products. They just can't do it. It's like a requirement. Ed, yeah, what's going on? Hi, I don't know if you remember me, but I eventually just upgraded from 3060 Ti to 5070 Ti and from the 12400 to 14600K. I love the 5070 Ti. I'm using it right now. It's probably my favorite GPU of this generation. Because of its sheer capabilities, DLSS 4 is insanely good. I personally, hot take, I think multi-frame gen is kind of goated in certain circumstances. It's been, I mean, I've not had any problems with it personally, and it's kind of something you have to see for yourself. But 5070 Ti is insanely good if you can get it for, like, you know, close to MSRP or at MSRP. Nerds are so bad at branding, it's a fact. I'm trying to change that. Excuse me, I don't know that I agree with that because I'm a nerd, and some things I can brand pretty well. To be fair, the main show for my YouTube channel was just called System Integrators Weekly, and that's just what the show is. It's called what it is. But I know how to name a mascot, that's for sure, and I think Pre-Built Rebuilt's a pretty good name for a show if I could ever just actually get that published. At least you got cowboys. Cowboys are kind of not historically really a thing. Not the way they're depicted now, obviously, but so it's weird. I'm not going to get into it. It's weird. But sure, we got cowboys. Yeah. But TJ Sparks, how's it going? Steve, welcome. How you doing? What think GPU AMD? What do you mean? What think GPU AMD question mark? Can you elaborate? Can you expand on that question a little bit? What think GPU AMD? What do you think of AMD GPUs? New GPU, do you think AMD? What are we saying? If it's a poor country, then yes, it's still current. They even use Xeon as a kind of a powerful PC. Yeah. I got a pre-built where they were trying to sell that as here, but they lied about what generation of Xeon it was, and it was running terribly. I was like, this is the worst pre-built I've ever tested. Yeah. Toaster, what's going on? It's Toast with the most. How you doing? Hazy Toaster in the house. How you doing, bud? Let's say if the 5070 Ti Super does come at MSRP, do you think it's worth to do that upgrade or not worth to? If you have a 5070 Ti, you don't get the 5070 Ti Super. You don't upgrade within the same generation. That's just wasting money. You're just throwing money away then. You wait till the next generation. You got the 5070 Ti. Like, if you wanted the Super, you wait for the Super. If you know you need the VRAM. But if you're just gaming, 16 gigs of VRAM, games aren't going to outpace that for quite a while. There's still people, tens of thousands of people right now gaming with 6 gigs of VRAM. You're fine with 16. You don't need more. They're not, according to leaks, the 5070 Ti is mostly just getting a bump in VRAM, no other performance increase, no extra CUDA cores. That's what the leaks have said as far as I've seen. So you don't need that if you're just gaming. Wanted to make a movie, all 3D rendered, nothing was real, and named it. Okay, I don't know if that's good or not, because I'm a PC nerd. Add Ramness. Adramnus? How would you pronounce that? Like phonetically. Yeah, that's how you pronounce everything phonetically. Anyway, whatever. Toaster, I'm good. I did hurt my back earlier today, just by existing. Welcome to your 40s, Bray. That's how that goes. But yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you just sneeze and your back is like, oh, hey, we need traction. Yeah. Bergie, what's up? Welcome. What if someone upgraded from 5070 to 5090 in same gen because they got a new job? Let's say that. Uh, I mean, that's a pretty big change, I guess. You are going to a completely new class of GPU there. It's just, why did you buy the 5090 in the first place? 5070 in the first place? And also, if they suddenly needed something where they could run LLMs on their local machine or just any kind of AI, whatever, on their local machine, and they're going to make money from it, then yes. But no gamer actually needs a 5090 unless you're gaming professionally. I'm talking about, you're likely to make money from gaming. If not, the 5090 is a waste of money for most gamers. If the budget is there and you're just like, whatever, I just want the best I can get, and I want it to, if you want it to have the more longevity, sure. My thing about the 5090 is this, okay? Remember that the 5090 is inherently a little bit risky. You're talking about, by default, at the lowest, like at the lowest max wattage rating, because there's overclock cards and whatnot, it's spec'd to pull 575 watts through a 600 watt rated cable. I don't like that. That would worry me. So the 5090 you get if you need a 5090. Not just to have a 5090 for bragging rights. Don't do it, okay? You're going to be cranking more heat, pumping more heat out into the room for no reason, using more power for no reason, more ambient heat in the PC for no reason. Like, if you get a 5080 or 5070 Ti, you're going to have a great 4K gaming experience. I can tell you that from my own experience. If you're just like, I want to put everything at max settings, then you're just being lazy. You should get used to going into your game settings and tweaking it so you get the best experience. There are features in AAA titles that you will barely notice. You'll have a lot of trouble spotting the difference with it on or off. But the amount of juice it requires from your GPU to run those features is way disproportionate from the difference you can see. Right? It's called diminishing returns. That's what ultra settings are, and why nobody recommends running your game on ultra. So that means you just don't need something that can run everything on ultra. It's at the same time that NVIDIA puts out their $2,000 5090. They made it kind of, well, I mean, for gaming, they made it somewhat unneeded, unnecessary, because they also put out multi-frame gen. And that is already, in my opinion, pretty good, and it's only going to get better. NVIDIA doesn't, like, just rest on their laurels just because they released something. They keep working at it. Look at DLSS 4. It's insanely good. Anyways, just keep in mind, the 5090 does not give you double the performance of the 5080, but it does cost double the money. And the only thing it actually doubles is the VRAM. And if you need that, sure. If you don't need that, which you probably don't, then don't even bother. And then with that in mind, going from a 5070 to a 5080, not really worth it. Just wait till the next gen. My suggestion is, if you can, buy the thing that you actually want first. If it means saving up for an extra month or two, you're going to have that PC for years. For years. And future you will thank past you, which is currently present you at present. So be patient. Get the thing that actually makes sense, that you actually want right now. Unless that thing's a 5090. You don't want it for the right reasons. Okay? Sorry, hold on. This thing keeps doing its thing. There we go. I'm gaming professionally, but I only got a 5080. I make money from gaming, and I got a 5080. Yes, you said that. Okay. And also make money from helping PC in PCs. Okay, cool. It's like from high to ultra textures. Yeah, I mean, the difference is almost invisible. It's very hard to actually see, unless you're a reviewer, because they'll just get us like a freeze frame and like pixel peep it, which is just useless to actual consumers. They're not going to do that. Steve, we question, Bray, as a Superman fan, have you seen Brightburn, the origin story if Supes wasn't that nice a guy? I have not seen it, actually. I'd like to. I've heard about that here and there. Braxton, what's going on? Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, constant battle with lower back seems to always go out when I least expect it. Weekly lol. Yeah. Any complaints about Newegg PC Builder? If so, well, I guess I'm better off going to Micro Center and having them build me a custom PC system. I mean, other than the fact that it's Newegg, I've never used their PC Builder thing, but it is Newegg. So if you need a part that you can't find anywhere else, sure, go with Newegg. At that point, you're using them instead of the other way around. But don't buy all your stuff or a complete PC from them. I don't know how things have been since a couple of years ago when Gamers Nexus went to their offices and pinned them to a wall. But even then, even when they really had no way to get out of what, like, no excuses, it was very corporate responses to a lot of the stuff. And probably that entire C-suite has changed at this point. A lot of the people there that were one executive or another were new. And yeah, that's not necessarily a good sign. But it's also not super unusual, I guess, for, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me just go here and do this and get the form up and running. And let's see what we got. Look at the spreadsheet here. Okay. Vero, thank you for the A299. I don't know what that is, but thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. Good for those reviewers. I'm doing fine. How are you? Thank you for the super chat. Not if they're optimized. Like, yeah. Borderlands 4. What's up, War Chaos? Yeah, Borderlands 4 is apparently pretty painful to run. Not fun, from what I understand. I prefer the animated Superman Red Sun over Brightburn. I haven't seen either one. So, good evening, Bone Shock. How you doing? After like 5 years, even a bleeding edge GPU is mid at best. Like a 3090 Ti is kind of mid now. Or Chaos. The thing is, if you just need VRAM, it's actually still pretty good. If you need but if you're looking at something like gaming, yeah, it's okay. It's still going to be okay. I'm pretty sure nobody with a 3090 Ti is really complaining that much right now. But I don't know. 3090 Ti got 24 gigs of VRAM. 24. Also off topic, but let's all watch Sneakers this weekend. Closest Robert Redford gets to being a nerd. Really? Interesting. Michelle Melton, welcome. How's it going? Oh, Root 2. I would hope the 3090 Ti has 24 gigs of VRAM. It was like $2,000. It was something like that. Yeah, their own suggestions recommended MFG 4 for a 60 FPS experience, so it might be only 15 to 1560, even 20 FPS for Assassin's Creed Unity. Even 20 FPS for Assassin's Creed Unity wasn't acceptable. 20 FPS is just not going to be acceptable. Yeah. I mean, you had the Borderlands guy on Twitter being like, "Hey, play in 1440p. Don't do 4K, please." Yeah. Wait, what? Who? Oh, Robert Redford passed? He did? What do you mean? Did I know this? And I'm sorry, y'all. What? That was 2 days ago? How did I not know that? Well, that's really sad. I'm sad to hear that. Australia. Got it. Yeah. Well, 89. Yeah. Yeah, one of the greats right there. Classic actor right there. Vera, what would a 3080 get in Borderlands 4 at 4K res? 1 million frames per second. Or something. Toaster said, so should I complain about my 5800 and 3080? Time to go shopping. How are your games running? If everything's running fine, like you have the settings the way that you like them and your gaming experience is okay, then you don't need to spend anything. You're totally fine. Glad to hear that, Michelle. Almost threw away a cable I really need. 3070 was the bottom of the recommended GPUs for Borderlands 4. Well, that's good news. I mean, that was a pretty popular GPU. But my thing is this. Like, yeah, new graphics are great. Unreal Engine 5 can make things look amazing. But you want as many people as possible to give you their money and be able to have a good experience. That's making video games. But they're forgetting the second part of that. The good experience part. I think a break. Glad to hear it, Michelle. Savage, why don't people realize you can still play 4K Ultra gaming for like $1,000? A 6800 XT and a 7600X is about a K. The FPU used is about 300 to 350. The FPU, Egyptian Savage? I'm sorry. I might not have been building PCs long enough to know what an FPU is. Please help me out. But nobody, if you like to give advice out to people, tell them not to play anything at Ultra at all. Every tech content creator who knows what's up is telling people, like, you don't need to do that. It's wasteful. It doesn't. And I've been saying this for years. It just doesn't do you any. You know what Ultra graphics are for? It's for screenshots and benchmarks. That's it. It's to hit your PC with as much load as possible, to sort of give you an idea where it stands. Ultra graphics it's a waste. And that with a 6800 XT, try that in Borderlands 4. See how that goes with a 6800 XT, 4K Ultra. GPU. Oh, okay, GPU. I'm just saying you can. See, you can't make if you say you like to help people with this stuff, you can't make generalized statements like that. Because there's AAA titles and then there's like Rocket League. And Rocket League, way easier to run. Cyberpunk, not so much. And for what I understand, with like one of the more recent updates, Cyberpunk started to require more CPU. I haven't tested this myself, but yeah, supposedly they want you to have more CPU power now for Cyberpunk when it was like all GPU before. So sure, okay. CD Projekt Red, you got it. We'll just, there's more CPU power. Sure. I never tell someone to use Ultra. Brother, scroll up. You literally did. You told my chat, why don't you guys realize that you can do this for $1,000? You just said that. I was there. Okay. It's okay, man. It's okay. You're good. You're good. You did just do that and then say you don't do that, though. It's okay. It's all right. Anyways. The figure, if you're going to spend $1,500 plus on a GPU, you can spend $120 for the Ultra Deluxe version of Borderlands 4. Hey, about that. Yo, is that a DF Starfield? I think it is. That's the wrong button. DF Starfield coming in with a tier 1 sub, 24 months of support. Let's go, nerds. 2 years of following the awesome Braythorn. Keep being the amazing. You're amazing. Thank you, DF Starfield. Thanks, bud. How are you? How you doing? We don't need this anymore. There we go. Much appreciated. How you been? Simple Green, what's up? I'm late. Forgot it's Thursday. Y'all, you're not late. You're here. I'm happy you're here. Y'all gotta stop apologizing for being late because you're not. Oops. You know who's the one who's usually late? It's me. I'm the only one that's supposed to be here. Like I'm, you know. But you know what? Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, you're good. It would appear that TJ Sparks just gifted a tier 1 sub, 2 tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. That's a tier 1 sub for Lady Lyra, Jace, and Jstan 425. Welcome to the swarm. I keep doing that. That's the wrong button, dude. I still am getting used to the Stream Deck on the mouse. It's still weird for me. But yeah, thank you, TJ Sparks. I appreciate that. But yeah, Simple Green, you're not late. You're here. Yeah, you're good. Ultra setting. Try to remove the CPU limitations if there are any. Yeah, even when Ultra is used, it might still bog down the CPU with extra high textures. Been good. Helping friends pick pre-builds thanks to the advice I have absorbed from watching your stuff. Oh, that's awesome. How's that been going? As for my new PC, it really depends on what game I wanted to play because I got a huge library on GOG and Steam. 1030 on GOG and 703 on... Good Lord, that's insane. That's a lot. That's too many games. That's too many games. Robert Fixit, by the way. Hi, how's it going? Sorry, I missed you there. What would you choose between Aorus Master 5090? Okay. Vero, you asked me that one already. But then again, repeating yourself seems to be a thing for you. I mean, I don't recommend either. I recommend the cheapest 5090 you can get. Unless you need a white one for a white build, then you just get the cheapest one of those you can get. You can get, depending on where you are regionally, right? Like where you're at. In the US right now, you can usually order a 5090 for close to the $2,000 MSRP, $2,100, something like that. To me, that means there's no reason to spend $3,000 on it. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. That's like buying. You just think about that. You could have that. You could have a 5090 and a 5080 for that price already, and a 5090 already costs two 5080s. Like, I can't sign off on an Astral 50. The only thing about the Astral 5090 is the fact that it has the sensors for your actual connectors for your 12V 2x6. And then there's the one that's for BTF, that has that 900 watt motherboard connector. But then you have to use a BTF motherboard from Asus. But yeah, I mean, it does take away that stress of pushing 575 watts through a 600 watt cable. If you got the money, I guess. But like, man, I don't, so it rubs me the wrong way. Like, just thinking about it, I'm like, that's a car. $3,000 is a pretty solid used car with a little elbow grease. What's up, Sonic? How's it going? Like, the moment GPUs started costing as much as a solid gaming PC by themselves, like a high-end, $3,000 is a high-end gaming PC. You won't convince me otherwise. I can't. I like, you're not going to get it. You're asking my opinion. My opinion is buy the cheapest one you can get, because they're all good quality at this point. Zotac, awesome. PNY has been awesome for a long time. Just get the lowest price one you can get your hands on. and just get extra storage or get a freaking that extra $1,000, get a freaking 32-inch OLED 240 hertz monitor, 360 hertz monitor, OLED, whatever. That's an insanely nice monitor for $1,000. You can get that for $1,000 or less. Like, that's a whole setup for 4K gaming. It's crazy. But, you know, some people's going to buy what they're going to buy. You know, people will complain about prices and pay them anyway. It is the duality of man. One day, 5090 will be a budget GPU. By that time, the tech is just going to be outdated at that point. By the time $2,000 comes down to like $250 or something, you know? But, I mean, people, you can, there's some places where you can still find a boxed 2060. You can find 2080 Ti's out there sometimes, but used pretty much. There's no like new ones or anything. Like that was never unboxed or anything. Not that I know of. No problem. Scott, show support. Your help to me and others is appreciated. TJ, thank you. Speaking of help, if you're looking for help to find the right either pre-built or for a parts list for a DIY build, fill out the form and get on the list, and I can help you out. If you're looking for the form and you're watching on YouTube and you're in YouTube chat, look at the description of the stream. It is the first link right there. And if you're watching on Twitch, well, Stream Elements is posting that link throughout the stream. That is, want to help getting the right PC for your budget and needs, fill out this form. That's the paragraph right there. Don't just overlook it. Like, I do that with bots in other people's streams, so I can't get mad at y'all for doing it, but little reminder, it's right there. Fill out the form, and then, yeah, you got to let me know that you did it and that you're here waiting for help. And we can get to that. If not, I'm going to start working on this PC. I'll do it. I will start working on this baby right here. It is waiting for me. It wants its new fans. It wants its new power supply. I'll do it. I dare myself. Vero says, does getting the OC variant matter? No. The difference is negligible. And you're already at 575 watt peak power draw, right? With the standard model. I wouldn't push that any further on a 600 watt cable. I have a PNY GTS 250 that still works. Oh, that's awesome. There is a new GTX 1660 on Amazon.Egypt. Well, I mean, yeah, worldwide, there's going to be stock of no longer manufactured electronics. That's all over the place. But in certain markets, you're just not going to be able to find it. You just never know. I think the 1660, I think, was made after, still being manufactured after they ceased production of 20 series cards, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Honestly, for my GPU, I spent the extra for the Tai Chi version over the Sapphire Pulse because of a sale. Then you didn't spend extra. You probably spent less or around the same. There you go. It was only additional $30 bucks. There you go. Having a 260 hertz monitor feels great for gaming and consuming content. Yeah, I've got a. I mean, this one's 165, but it's 4K. It's perfect for me. It's great. I don't really play many shooters, so like I don't need super high refresh rates. I mean, now even a 3090 Ti is still a very capable PC. Well, yeah, it is. 5050 beats the 1080 Ti now, but it's been a long time. But again, more VRAM still. Yep. But Olgo even had his drivers pulled from underneath. Yeah, not getting any more support. You'll still be able to get the last version of drivers that was made, but they're not going to make any new ones. Looking for a licensed psychiatrist? Are you up for the job? Bergie, if I tell you no, are you going to trauma dump anyway? It's a pretty common thing in Twitch chats from what I hear. I don't get a lot of that, honestly. That's not something that happens here very often. But yeah. Oh, hey, you got it, Egyptian Savage. Come back anytime. I didn't mean for that to sound callous, by the way. I thought I was being funny, and I'm often wrong when I think that. So let me know if that was off. I got one more month and can't wait. I think I want to test AMD to see what I've missed. My last AMD CPU was a FX 9590, and I got caked with thermal paste thanks to my brother, and it got messed up. I'm back in the FX days. Very interesting. I built a couple of those back then. Not for myself, but yeah. New PC parts, that sounds fun. Yeah, we'll have a replacement power supply. And, yeah. Oh, I heard a few brands got coil wine. I just saw that, Michelle. Yeah, I mean, some are just going to have that. Oh, snap. Look at that. That's the right buttons. Drewmatic Gaming is rating with a party of 5. Let's go, nerds. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Drewmatic. Everybody go drop a follow. I'm about to drop this link right here. Welcome, Raiders. How the heck you doing? See, you were doing some just chatting. What were you up to? Okay, would you choose a 4070 or a 9060 XT 16 gig and you were not being callous? It's all for fun. You know the deal. I mean, if it's for content creation, 4070. 9060 XT is not bad for streaming. I'm talking about content creation. If you're trying to get into some video editing, something like that, you're probably going to want to go with, or if you're doing certain 3D applications, things like that, you want to go with NVIDIA. But 9060 XT 16 gig is a performer. It is quite a good GPU. Brutal 7847. Hello, what's up? Welcome. And Mandy 2332 says swimming. Wait, you were? Oh, water park sim. Nice. Okay. Yeah. It wasn't. So I saw. I watch, to be honest, as a streamer. It's a little weird to say this, but I watch more YouTube than like streaming. And I watched Let's Game It Out playing. I think it was the same game, the water park simulator, right? And then people were talking about queso a lot. So I guess that's a thing right now. Let's Game It Out is hilarious. I like that is a direct line to my funny bone. That dude has a direct line to my funny bone. Yeah, they do that. No, not queso, like queso. Isn't that how you, is that how you, not how you pronounce it? I don't know the dude's name. It's pretty fun. The devs put him in the game. Did he say it differently? Is there a different way to pronounce that? I don't know. It's queso. Yeah, queso. Okay. Makes satisfactory. He makes satisfactory fun. Oh yeah. Cesare, what's up? Welcome. B-Rob, thoughts on NVIDIA buying $5 billion worth of Intel? Well, the U.S. government did too. It's up for sale right now, so sure. I mean, honestly, NVIDIA has been wanting to get into the CPU side of things on the consumer side as well. So for a long time, they've been working with like ARM on that. They wanted to buy ARM. That didn't go through, but I mean, certain things are going through these days that weren't going through earlier. So that's weird, right? Fetty, what's up? Yo, what's going on? I'm doing all right, man. How are you doing? It's queso on the water park sim, but it's queso online. Okay, that's funny. That is funny. I got 4070 Ti Super and me like it. 4070 Ti Super, pretty dope GPU. It's a great GPU still. That one's gonna last you a while. Yeah, that thing is it's a powerhouse. Wait, NVIDIA making CPUs when? They're making kind of they're doing like SoCs, Zintek. It's everything all in like in the one chip. Something like that. But, you know, it's not what the average consumer would use, is what I'm saying. Particularly because you're talking about ARM, and Windows can run on ARM-based CPUs, processors, I should say, but a lot of applications want x86. So, like, there's a lot of programs that aren't going to work. Did NVIDIA yes. It's more for production stuff or enterprise kind of things. But yeah. Intel used NVIDIA in the past with onboard graphics, so this time it's just NVIDIA using Intel. It goes back and forth. It's fine. Chillaman accidentally left YouTube open, and next thing I know, I come back to my desk and you're on live. Oh, nice. Had to say what's up, Miss you. You too, man. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Been working on it a little bit. Yeah. But, yeah, are you going to TwitchCon? You going to be at TwitchCon this year? Last time we were supposed to like, hey, you were like, let's talk more later, and I was like, yes. And then when I went back to find you, you had left. That was the last day. So, let me know if you're going to be at TwitchCon. Also, 3 major PC part companies are the same colors as 3 major console brands. That's true. It's let me see. I got PS5. That's a great gaming experience. Cannot deny it. There's been a few times where someone was just like, I just want a game at 1440p or 4K. I got $500. What do I do? And it's like, get a PS5, man. You're going to have like, if you don't care to do any of the other computer stuff, you don't need a gaming. Although like the games library is great and all that. If you just want a game, then you just want the games to run. And also the games they want to play, kind of lined up. It's nothing that you can't play on a PS5. I was like, yeah, get that. Or get an Xbox or something. Just get yourself something like that. Get a game console if you really just want to game and you don't care about having every game under the sun. If you're on a really low budget, like that's what you do. Or you save up more because of all the inflation that's happened over the last couple of years, and it's only increasing and accelerating. The budget PC has gone and bit the dust. It's no longer a thing. Do you recommend shunt mods for GPU? Vero, no, I don't. Unless you really know what you're doing. So no, I don't. Dude, I wish. Unfortunately, no one would go out there, and I'm straight. I feel you, man. I feel you. Yeah. I have to, like, for TwitchCon, I got nobody helping me with that. But I have a project that I worked around it that's helping me justify it and helping me make it out there. So my friend's still rocking 1080 Seahawk water cooled. I wonder what the liquid level is in there. Permeation is the thing. So and they might hear it sounding like a waterfall in there a little bit. That was the N-Force motherboards that did the NVIDIA onboard video, if I recall. Core 2 Duo Quad Air. That was a while back. If the Strix Halo processors were freely available, I'd suggest those, but they're only available for certain OEM form factors. The 8000G series isn't as powerful. Yeah, it's not anything like it. Yeah. And I have the Flow Z13. It's really good. Like the Strix Halo is awesome. I don't even have the high-end one. You got it, Fetty. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Hit me up. If the Strix Halo process... Yeah, okay, we said that. If I'm just having fun, lol, but I do want a PC. I'm not just super poor. Okay, yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, if you're trying to get something pre-built for you, that means you either have to get it financed or pay all of it up front, right? Like you have to do credit or you have to do all of it up front. If you commit to doing a DIY build, that's not for everybody. And I'm not the kind of person that would tell anybody, hey, everyone should build your PC yourself. Just shut up. A computer's a computer, whether it's pre-built or you built it yourself. It's still a computer. Doesn't matter. Just be picky about where you buy it from. And that's where I come in. I help you with that. I'll help you figure that out. But if you decide to do it DIY, you can buy piece by piece as you go. It helps. Vero, there were no roaches in there. It was little grasshoppers. And I let them out. They are free. I let them out in the backyard. They are free now. I didn't say there were roaches. Like grasshoppers are like, oh, look at them. The roaches, I'd be like, ah. Blaze Bits, what's up? Seeing you over here on the YouTube side of things. What's up? How's it going? I forgot to say, Drewmatic, you did just finish streaming, so you go do what you got to do. Take a break from the screens. Go grab a snack, chill out, do all that. Thank you for coming in and trusting me with your viewers and your community and all that. Appreciate that, man. But yeah, and also thanks again for the raid. Much appreciated. Good man, just watching, doing some worky work. Yeah, I've been hearing, I feel like I've been hearing pretty frequently that like I'm somewhat on podcast status sometimes, because sometimes there's not much to look at on here other than my ugly mugs. So like, or you're busy, you're doing other stuff. Some people when they're driving, they'll put the stream on, which is awesome. Like I actually wanted to do a podcast for like a long time. I just never look into what I have to do for it, because like you have to like upload it to Spotify and stuff and like get it set up, and I don't want to do all that stuff. Maybe I'll just like enlist somebody who's done it before and just get them to do all that stuff, because I don't feel like I don't feel like I'd be able to keep up with all that. Still nobody on the list, so I'm gonna start working on this thing. For those who don't know, this is my new editing PC that I built. I have it upright because it's easier to work on that way, but it usually is sitting kind of, you know, I'll show you what this thing looks like so you get a better view of when it's complete. Let me bring up a previous stream where I was showing it off. Let's see here. I did. So this is what it looks like when it's on the stand, and it's at the 45-degree angle. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Well, that's actually fine. You can totally see it. So this is my new video editing PC right here. But I have some things that I need to swap out, and it's just going to be time consuming. So I figure if we're not directly helping anybody at this moment, I will just we'll just hang out, chill while I do that till someone fills out a form and I can help them out. You are a place of comfort and chill vibes. Michelle, I appreciate that greatly. I also know how often I yell about computers and stuff. So I hope that still qualifies. I am not sure that it would. After I saw it on the stand, I had to copy you. You got one too? Really? Was it the 600? Do they have the stand for the small? Do they have like a smaller stand for the smaller cases? I'm actually looking at the stand. I think the smaller PC would just like sit on it properly if it's the same one. Full wings. Thank you. It's got the eyes. It's got the stinger on the back there. It's RGB. It's our buddy. Anyway, so I got some things to do with it, so we'll just hang out while I do that. I wasn't sure. Yeah, so got the eyes and the stinger and all that. That's this guy right here. There he is. Anyway, the 600. It is like it took a little time to me to sort of get my mind around it, because the motherboard goes like a different direction and it's just different, but it's really a nice case. I really like it. So, wonder what I should start with for this. I also did add more storage to this, and just because I showed y'all what I was going to be putting in there. That it was going to be a couple of actually SATA SSDs, a 4 terabyte one that I already had, and a 2 terabyte server grade one with like very reliable. Like, well, it has a thing that will, if the system loses power, it sort of won't lose data. That's from Kingston, and they hooked that up actually for the Stream Ripper PC that just worked for a couple weeks and then not anymore. So, yeah. Found Braithorn on YouTube when I was trying to find a good pre-built build a few months ago, and I'm here rating with 5. Hey, there you go. Nice to see it, Dramatic. That's awesome. So that was you. That's after you just got started with it? Well, let's see. Maybe that 5 becomes 50 or 500 or whatever. I love the ears on that case. You can't even troll properly. That's hilarious. That is funny. That is good. And honestly, that's a good problem to have. IMO. Okay, so what all am I doing here? So let me take these off first so I can show it. Now, because of actually talking like this might be a problem, I realize. Let's do this. So because all this looks like it's a vertical GPU, but no, this is actually in its correct orientation because the motherboard is like sideways, right? I can have it to where the GPU is flipped out like that or facing like this. but I have to use a riser cable for that. And then I can't use any PCI add in PCIe cards if I do that. And I'd like to have the ability to do that. So, anyways, the issue with that is if you want to put 3 140 millimeter fans on the intake here, which is what I was sent so that I could do that, you have to turn it like that because the PCIe box, like the structure thing, has to be turned to fit all 3 of those 140 millimeter fans. I didn't do that, so the thing wasn't fitting. So now I've got, because Thermal Mike sent me these to swap them out, 3 120 millimeter reverse flow fans to put in here instead. So I'm going to do that. And thank you, Mike. Thank you for sending more stuff. There's also the new power supply. So I'm going to take out the one that I put in here temporarily, which was a 1,000-watt power supply I had, and we're going to put in the 1,300 watt there. I had first bought an iBuyPower Y60, but had GPU issues on arrival. Had to swap it for CyberPower PC. Ah, I see. Okay. Interesting. Not really a fan of CyberPower, and I hope you actually get good service from them. That's the main reason, is their support. So knocking on wood, you never have to experience that. Everything works really well all the time. Wait, hold on a second. I'm confused. 1 second, because we just got a raid from Drewmatic Gaming, and now we're getting a raid from... sorry, wrong button again. Do the Drew 4 raiding with a party of 4. Let's go, nerds. Huh? Is this to say, Drew, is that you? Is that a different Drew? Because it's like also there's a 4 in the name and there's 4 people, different Drews. Well, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. That is interesting. Well, there you go. There's a little shout out right there. What were you doing? You're playing Car Dealer Simulator. There's so many simulator games now. And by the way, Drewmatic Gaming was playing Water Park Simulator. Are y'all sure you don't know each other? Is there like a cult of Drews? Is that what you call multiple people named Drew in a group? A cult of Drews? Like a flock of seagulls? These are all questions that I have. Very, very confusing. Doppelganger. We don't talk about that outside the group, that is. I might have just tricked you into talking about it by not talking about it. Anyways, Planet Coaster 1 and 2, great roller coaster theme park sim. I enjoyed Supermarket Simulator. That was a lot of fun. That one was a lot of fun. And then there were like copies of that with extra little or clones of that game with other little features and stuff. But yeah, that one was fun. Then of course a lot of the Let's Players that I watched played that one. The Druids. I like that too. Michelle, that's way better, actually. That is way better. Well, I think IDS makes more sense. But yeah, do the Drew 4. I know you just came in from a stream. If you got to take a break from the screens and go grab a snack and drink, go rest, do anything like that, you're absolutely welcome to do so. I know how it is. And I appreciate the raid, or hang out if you want to. And those who came in with Drew number 2, only tonight. You're only Drew number 2. You were the second one to come in, just to be clear. Welcome to the stream. I help people with PC stuff. If you're looking for a PC, I can help you find it, basically. Based on your budget and your needs, I make recommendations that make it a lot less stressful to get either get it pre-built or to put together a parts list for a DIY build. Whatever you're going to be doing, it's all good with me, and I'll help you do it. That's what I do. Anyways, a lot of Cyberpower guys, great. Having issues. 14900 KF, 64 gigs memory, NVIDIA 4070 Ti Super, and 2 terabyte SSD. So I'm guessing that's different from the iBuyPower. Like the specs are different from the iBuyPower one I recommended, correct? Actually, I'm going to go look it up right now because I got it here. Drew. Was it under a different name? Ending in a 28? Was that you? Drew Keller 28. Been a follower for quite a while. Actually answered my my question a few months ago about a new build. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming back after the fact and bringing in the raid. I appreciate that. I don't see it on here, Drew. Maybe it was the previous form. Roby got me hooked on you a while ago. Ah, man. I hope Roby's doing well. I haven't talked to him in a minute. Wonder if he's going to be at TwitchCon. I don't know. I'll share in the... Okay, sure. Let me open that up. But if it was through the stream, I'll have it on my spreadsheet here. If it was with a similar username. Nope, that's not in there. That's weird. Very weird. It could also be that you got help from a techie in the Discord, which is totally. I mean, they're all vetted. They're all great at what they do. So. I don't see it in the Discord, but okay. I'm not sure where. Oh, there it is. Okay. 7900X, 4070 Ti Super, 32 gigs DDR5, and 2 terabyte NVIDIA. Okay, so I'll tell you a few things. Were you planning on doing not just streaming, but also content creation, like video editing on there, editing some videos together? Basically, if you ended up having to send back your I would have helped you out again after the fact. Had you come back, I would have been happy to help out again. Because there's a few reasons I say that. And you're fine. As long as your PC works, you're good. The only downside to... there's kind of two downsides I see to the system. Well, and it's 14th gen Intel, for one thing. I would not have recommended 13th or 14th gen Intel. You need to make sure you have the latest microcode on that motherboard, meaning the latest BIOS update. Otherwise, like I just got off some of this is from my previous PC that had a 14900K that is fried. That PC could barely play a video, much less edit videos. Okay, so you need to make sure you have the latest microcode on that motherboard. And if it's already been a couple of months that you've been using it, it could be that there has been some internal damage already. I hope not. The other thing is, I wouldn't have recommended an F SKU, as in KF, because if you're going to edit video with that, you're not going to get the benefit of that. Makes Intel CPUs way better for Premiere Pro, which is QuickSync. I actually don't know if QuickSync applies to any other video editing programs, but Premiere Pro is very, very popular, so QuickSync is a very notable feature, even if it's only for that program. I actually don't know. But that's what I use, so I'm very aware of it. So with an F-SKU processor, it has no internal GPU in the CPU, and that's kind of how QuickSync works. It combines that with the power of your actual GPU and other. It's like magic, anyways. So it's not whatever. But then the final thing is CyberPower. I can say whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, people do base their financial decisions off the things I say, and that makes me nervous sometimes. It makes me, it's humbling, but it's also nerve-wracking sometimes. So I direct people to go and look at the SI testimonials in the Discord before you spend hundreds or thousands of your hard-earned dollars. You go into the CyberPower PC section, it's pretty ugly. So that's what I'm saying. I just hope you never have an issue, or even if you do have an issue, that you just skip dealing with them and just get it fixed locally or something, because people have some real horror stories of dealing with CyberPower's customer service, and as far as I can understand, CyberPower PC has zero interest in fixing that, just like they have zero interest in fixing people's PCs. So even if you had to send the other one back, I would have said, come back, I'll help you out, we'll figure out something else, some other option. I do a lot on my MacBook, though. Stick to editing on there. It might run a little better than, I don't know. It'll be fine either way. That's the thing. It's not like it's not going to be able to do it. It's just, what I do is optimizing your whole build for whatever you're going to use it for. And especially because, there's a thing where a lot of people who want to do, they choose streaming and content creation. Either streaming or content creation will be the priority. Rarely both. It's usually one or the other. And it's usually streaming. But I still will recommend a build that can handle both very easily. Just makes more sense to me. To just leave that door open for you, because you never know what you're going to find is you find out that you're really actually passionate about when you're doing these things. Sometimes it's like, I edited a video, never again. And it just doesn't, the way your brain works around it just doesn't work for you. You don't like video editing, whatever. Or you find that you love it and streaming ain't for you. It's hard to tell what's going to be your favorite thing about when you're getting into new stuff. But so I try to make it as, as capable of doing, anything on that list that you choose. If someone tells me I'm going to edit a few videos in CapCut, then I'm like, okay, we're not even going to worry about video editing. Then it counts, but only barely. Went to school for graphic design, but started streaming and love it more. Nice. QuickSync is used for scrubbing the timeline separately, I believe, but it used to be a great encoder in its time too. I used to encode using QuickSync, but I got an NVIDIA GPU at the time for encoding after. See, to me, Org Chaos, it used to be more cut and dry. It's a little muddied now. So if I don't know for sure, I don't speak on it too much. Will Baggins says, best place to buy a pre-build, Skytech or iBuyPower? Whoever's got the better deal. Skytech and iBuyPower have a lot of similarities in terms of price to performance and quality of customer service, with both of them having widely reported by community members to have very good customer service and tech support, and just whoever has the better deal at that time. That's how that works for me, actually. And lately it's been Skytech. It's been Skytech for a little while now. That they're just beating out. They're not just beating out iBuyPower on price. It's also their builds make a little bit more sense. Some of the decisions made in iBuyPower's builds are like, you could take it or leave it. Do you have anyone on the list? I'm curious what you'd throw together for the best of both worlds, streaming and gaming. It's a gaming and streaming PC. I mean, I've done a ton of them. I've done a ton of those before. But because there's no one getting actual help on the list right now, John, I'm going to just get started on this over here, and we'll hang out and do that. Seems like I missed some stuff. That's okay. TL Foreman said, yep, you recommended a great build for me for streaming and content creation. I appreciate that vouch. Thank you very much, TL Foreman. How you doing? Also, Christopher Crawford, I didn't say hi to you, and that's a damn shame. I'm sorry about that. Hi, how's it going? But yeah, Alucard, I decided because I didn't know if it would be busy tonight or not, that if I had the chance to, I have a couple changes I need to make to the PC, so I figured I would just do that here. While we're hanging out, why not, right? So whenever I tried to mount this the first time with all three 420 millimeter 140 millimeter fans, it makes a 420 overall fan setup, 420 millimeters, by the way. So I make that mistake sometimes. Also, this is a 420 millimeter rad over here. But anyways, when I tried to mount the three 140 millimeter fans, I'm pretty sure I bent this bracket a little bit because I didn't realize at first that it wasn't mounting flush. So oops. Now I have to really press before I put these two screws in to get it to slot in. And that's fine, I guess. I'm feeling we live in different universes. What do you mean by that? And gaming. Yeah, TL. Absolutely. I'm sure it helps that when it came to picking a CPU for my editing PC, I went with that. I went with the same CPU. So actually, I need this because I'm going to be swapping out the fans on this. I wonder if I should get out the wireless camera and just have it pointed at the PC. So there's something interesting to look at. I had terrible luck with iBuyPower. Well, I'll tell you this, Drewmatic, if that's the case, that is the reason I have the SI Testimonials channel. Let me put it this way. In times like between the two, iBuyPower more consistently provides good experiences, not based on my opinion, based on observations of actual reporting from community members. And I mean, if you look at look at the last episode, the last series of, or just any of the series of Secret Shopper for Linus Tech Tips. Okay. Literally this last time around, CyberPower asked them, "Why are you calling us?" It was freaking hilarious, but sadly on brand for CyberPower PC. iBuyPower usually gets the #1 rating in that particular category of tech support. But this time around, there was just, a different SI just did a little bit better. But generally, iBuyPower is world-class customer service. Are there situations where it doesn't work out for one reason or another, or maybe someone's really upset with the situation and is just like done with them? Sure, that happens. That happens to every company. I'm talking about consistency, and I'm talking about in general, what can you likely expect? And most people who have reported back on their experiences reported back positive experiences. I don't know what to tell you. When it comes to iBuyPower, CyberPower, it's the opposite. So if you're having good luck with them, that's awesome. And that's great. Like that, I hope that continues. And maybe that'll be the new trend. Maybe it'll all reverse and iBuyPower has a lot of explaining to do, because suddenly everybody that works there is in a bad mood every day for some reason. I don't know. I'm not paid by iBuyPower to say anything. I've criticized them a bunch of times for other stuff, but I generally don't have much to say about their customer service and tech support other than positive things based on what you guys report back to me. But if you want to share your story, and one thing that I would ask though is if you have something negative to say, like I had a bad email interaction, share that in your message, in your post, because people can kind of just, I'm not saying that you would make stuff up, but it does add some credibility to that if there's anything like that where you have some kind of text or screenshot of a help desk thing or anything like that. That does add to like, okay, this cements this for me. This was a bad experience and it shouldn't have been like that. And that also is something I can take to them and be like, y'all need to do better if I have something to show them. You know what I mean? But otherwise, share your experience however you can. Because if I see a decline in their customer service overall, I'll tell them they need to work on it, and we'll start talking about it. Talk about it in a video, something like that. But without those testimonials, if you're just posting it in like general chat, that's not the place for it. You got to put it in the SI testimonials where you can put, like, where it's meant to have these long posts explaining what happened. You can put pictures if it came in broken or something like that. Yeah. Direct through iBuyPower or one of their systems through Best Buy or Newegg? Simple Green, that's a great question. Actually, Dramatic, did you get that from... Actually, no, I have the thing here. It was... Hey, wait a second. You got this from Best Buy, didn't you? Looking at the picture you posted in Discord, that looks like Best Buy. Sa Vang says 5060 Ti and 9060 XT are the best budget for performance GPU. Okay. You talking about the 16 gig versions? Yeah, Dramatic. I don't recommend buying from a third-party reseller. Unless someone comes to me, and if because you mentioned, let me see what you mentioned earlier about me. Oh, okay. So you found the channel. I didn't help you with a build as a... Okay. Well, I mean, I know I said in my videos a few times, like, don't buy from third-party reseller. They take a huge cut. That means the builder still has to make a profit, so usually it's cheaper parts inside, things like that. Buy directly from the company that built it. Now, if you're locked in to buying from Best Buy because you have like a credit card there, you want to use that or whatever, then that's a different story. But generally, I recommend buying directly from the SI. Should that mean you don't get as good a service? No, it should not. You should still get just as good support from iBuyPower or any company. But as for and also, I can tell that I didn't make the recommendation directly to you because as much as I love Height's Y series of cases, it's not for streaming builds. You can't put any kind of full-size PCIe cards in those. Which, if you get serious about streaming, you want an internal capture card for a really nice camera or something like that. You want to do, 4K 60 in or anything like. You need to get a nice capture card. Usually, internal is a better way to go. Or you want to add more I/O. You need a full size. You can't do that with a Y series case. So I know I didn't directly recommend this to you, which is what I do on these streams. That's the way I would, I would have preferred to do it. But I would have said also, buy directly from iBuyPower. Or SkyTech or something like that. Don't get it from Best Buy or Amazon or Newegg or anything like that. And again, the reason is third-party resellers, okay? They're not running a charity. They take a big cut of the profit margin. And they also have a lot of control over how cheaply the systems are built too. But also, the system integrator needs to make a profit, even with that third-party reseller taking a big cut. So pretty much every PC building company, every system integrator that sells PCs at some other store, at some big box store like Best Buy, and of course, like Costco, whatever. Those stores, those corporations expect a big fat cut of that profit margin. So if that PC builder wants to make any money, they need to put cheaper parts in that PC versus a similar system on their own website, where you would either pay less to have those same cheaper parts, or you would pay the same price, but you get better motherboard, better power supply, things like that. And that's a reality. I have verified that through sources within system integrators. That they don't like it. It's a cost of doing business. So for my viewers, I basically just don't. I recommend not buying directly from, not buying from a third-party reseller. Buy directly from the SI. Now there are times you'll get an insane deal from a third-party reseller. Yeah, they've had it on the shelves for a while. It needs to go. So they're going to sell it for a crazy price. And if that's appealing to you, go for it. Understand there can be drawbacks, though. But with that in mind, yeah, But, there's a couple things there. Basically, if your PC's working for you, none of that matters. None of that matters. I honestly sometimes wish I could just keep my mouth shut on certain things. If you're happy with what you have, why would I ruin that for you? It's just when you come in and say, hey, I found Braithorn before and to figure out stuff about, what I was going to buy. It makes it sound like I would recommend first getting CyberPower and then buying it from a third-party reseller. Two things I generally don't recommend. So I guess my dumb brain's got to speak up, I suppose. Hardware Unboxed just made a video showing the best price to performance GPUs in multiple countries, but I don't recall their results this second. I'm doing some meal prep. Okay, or Chaos. I was reading a chat from YouTube. The systems mass-produced for sale at Best Buy will have budget bin parts. I mean, yeah, that's mass producing, yeah. I mean, I use my Best Buy card to get parts from there. Best Buy can sometimes be low-key a pretty good place to get part deals, like storage. Oh, man. Sometimes they have, like, insane prices on SSDs. The X50 will help for streaming builds, though. Yeah, and 100%. Like, I want to grab one. They have me right now on hold for whenever they're going to start seeding out the X50s for builds. So I'm ready. I'm ready to do that, to get that Taro X50. It's going to be a nice second purple PC build, I guess. I don't know if we'll give it away or do what, or if it'll, what it might be. But yeah, we're gonna do a purple PC build with one of their PCs too. It's just this one. I've been waiting for this one for half a year longer than the X50, so I was very excited. Gonna need one of those a little later. Let's put those. Okay. Let me put my new fans on here. There we go. Yeah, sometimes, honestly, guys, I want to help everybody that I can. And sometimes it just doesn't help to get the opinions on something that it's already too late. Like, this is what I have. This is what I'm using. It's what I bought. Can't return it now. And I don't want to ruin that. Like, there's that feeling of like, I have the thing I've wanted. It's doing the job it needs to do. It's doing it well. Why does some bald dude on the internet gotta try to? I'm not trying to ruin anything for you, and I hope that it all works for you and it runs awesome, and that don't even worry about what I think. What you think is what matters. Never say directly recommended it. You will help by passing on knowledge about GPUs for sure. Okay. Don't get it in your head that you're giving out bad advice somewhere you weren't the reason for my mistake. Okay, all right. Hey, Drew, thank you. I appreciate that. If people are going to upgrade, try to at least spend enough money to get a GPU that's 50% better minimum. However, double the performance removes it being a side grade, provided the system isn't too old to utilize it properly. I like a wooden pair 5090 with 5600X processor. Yeah, 5090 is where even at higher resolutions, you'll actually start to see differences with processors. But of course, at lower resolutions, it's a massive difference with the right CPU. Much like my iBuy system, one thing that could have been better was the memory. They paired 7000X3D with DDR5 5600 would be on the upgrade list soon. Yeah, with Ryzen, it matters. That's one strength that Intel's had over Ryzen for a while. Like Ryzen, you got to be real picky with your RAM. Intel's just like, is it fast? Cool, I'll take it. Well, Baggins, what's up? What about Newegg? I was seeing some good builds, but I don't trust them. Trust your instincts. You can get a part here and there from Newegg, sure. A whole system from them, I would have to be convinced. And so far, I'm not. Like, seriously, it's one of those things where, is no news really good news? Or is it just me not enough vigilance right now? Because we all grew complacent after they got hammered by Gamers Nexus. Man, I don't know. Also, I'd like to note that I am doing this because there's no forms in there. Anyone who needs help with a PC, legit needs help with a PC, please fill it out. Let me know. I would love to help you out. Give me just 1 second, though. I only get parts. Yeah, okay, yeah. I see. See, I ordered a couple parts from Newegg just yesterday or the day before. So I order parts from there when I need to. I'm gonna show y'all something that's one of my favorite things. I'm on the wrong screen, by the way. There we go. Okay. One of my favorite things about these fans from Thermaltake, these are the... I just had it in my hand. What did I do with it? There we go. The CT120s. They are straightforward. They're not insane. There's not a bunch of RGB all over the place, but also all around the frame. Okay, camera, you got to work with me here. Okay. All around the frame, it is solid. Just a solid line, no complications there, which helps it get a better seal to the radiator if you're using these as radiator fans. Some fans where it's just like really fancy designs and whatnot, you'll have... Air likes to take the path of least resistance. And at times, if your fans don't have solid enough static pressure, even if they have really good static pressure, if there's openings between the fan and the radiator, the air will go that way too, and you'll lose some of your cooling. Probably just a couple degrees Celsius, but whatever. It's still nice. It's nice to see. I do have a PC. If something does happen to go wrong, it should be a lot cheaper to replace a part than buy a whole new setup, right? Especially if it don't. Yeah, 100%. Honestly, brother, I'm going with your advice. I'm new to PCs. Was going to go for a 5090 at first, but I'll be fine with 5080. Yeah. 100%. I agree with that. That might be why you did it, but like, yeah. You are correct. But Will Baggins, I mean, if you are looking for a PC, wait, hold on. Did we do one for you already? I don't think we've done one for you yet, but if you want to do one, fill out the form. It's linked in the description, and I can help you out so that we can take the doubt out of it. Right now, Skytech is freaking killing it on price to performance, and there are some. If you're going boutique with a high, you're looking like I want the boutique experience, yada yada. Costs extra, but it's really nice, and yeah, you can go with that too. There's a lot of great options there. So yeah, just fill out that form and let me know that you have filled it out. Yeah, doing upgrades on a pre-built is an awesome way to learn PC DIY if you choose to, if you want to. And Orchaos also correct there. Sometimes B&H is clutch with parts that might be a bit hard to find as people forget about them. Yeah, and sometimes they have actually some bundle deals too that can be pretty awesome. B&H, low-key, a great place to get components. Let's actually do this so you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'll raise up the... Stay right there. There you go. Well, you kind of can't because that thing in the center. And also, it's busted for some reason. Hold on. What is going on with this? Like... right here. Why is that piece missing? There's just a part of it just missing for some reason. Hold on. Let's see here. Is it just on that one? No, it's just my, yeah, it's my overlay. Overlays. It's supposed to be showing. It isn't. Save that, and then let's turn it back on and save it again. There it is. I fixed it. Look at me. I fix things sometimes. Love that. I got an old MSI GL75 Leopard from a buddy. Worked great for a few weeks and fans went out. Had to swap, take heatsink and a housing for it all to replace fans. First time doing anything like that, and it's great now. Yeah, sometimes like especially doing things like replacing thermal paste, thermal pads, things like that in a laptop can give it new life, which is awesome. Blackado, what's up? Welcome. Forgot today was stream day since you were live yesterday, Wednesday. And said, yeah, no. It is a little weird. Gonna be working on what we talked about last night on the pre-cons. Nice. Feel free to yell if you need anything. You got it. Okay. I was getting these out here. I gotta tell you guys, you have if you experience back problems like I do sometimes, and you're going to be tinkering or doing anything crafting wise, or you like to build, you want to do PC stuff, a sit stand desk is indispensable. It is awesome to have. The only thing is, if you got back problems, putting the thing together can be a pain in the back. But hey, little discomfort now, for a lot of comfort later. Drew, you're good. Anytime. Anytime. I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, so you can't exactly see what I'm doing, but that's okay. I guess that's okay. I can actually lower this a little bit more. Let's do that. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm going to need 4 more of those. Going to be going to check out Demon Slayer tomorrow night. Nice. I really wish we were caught up right now. Fell behind on Demon Slayer. Like, where is it? The Sword Village season? We fell behind on that one. Probably get my screwdriver real quick. One sec. My drill, I mean. Thinking of upgrading my earbuds, specifically looking at the Skull Candy Sesh ANC wireless. Okay, I tend to like Soundcore ones. Recently got some like ones with the ear hooks on them because I'd started working out again, and I tend to really like those. Price is good too, usually. Okay, Will Baggins, let me just finish this one part here, and I'll take a look at that for you. I have the Soundcore A40s right now. Had those for quite a while.
The only thing I didn't like was that they kept falling out when I was working out. That was the only issue. And any other point, it was never a problem. And I don't know that it was because I had the wrong... I mean, I've had them for a long time now. I had those since those came out. But the A40s are very nice. What are the ones that are... The ones I'm talking about are the Sport X20s. Those are the ones I got more recently. No more falling out of my ears, which is nice. And good sound, too, for the price, for sure. That's already a screw there. There we go. And one more. There we go. That ought to do it. Oh, I probably shouldn't put this in there just yet. Let's test fit it at least. I could move those up quite a bit, and I probably should. Yeah, probably will. Okay, let's take a look at this form here. Okay, close that. That, and here we go. Also, is a whole mini drill not a bit much for PC building? No. Vaquero, when it comes to fan screws, you're literally using screws that are cutting into plastic to thread themselves. That right there is like, why should I do that by hand? Especially because this PC has like 3, 6, 8, 10 fans in it, right? That's not the most fans you'll see in a PC, but that's a lot for this, you know, the way this is configured. 10 fans, that is 40 of those screws. Doing that by hand? Nah, I'm good. Just a minute, I thought it might be too powerful for the screws. Okay. I wouldn't use this for the motherboard. There's no way. Hold on. This thing is... There we go. Here. I wouldn't use this for the motherboard because then you can crush the PCB, but also you can set this torque so low. Two fingers. That's how light it can get. That's why I have a really nice Bosch 12 volt. This is what Derbauer uses. When you do stuff like this often enough, I'm just not wanting to mess with those old wrists, man. I don't want to mess myself up. It's not about like it's about choosing the right tools. You know what I mean? And that's what that's about. Would make sense to go with Amazon renewed headphones. X20s renewed for about $10 off. I would just get some new ones. Yeah. Those were in somebody's head. You know what I mean? The reason I look at the new Skull Candy earbuds is because I was in Best Buy one day. I tried on Skull Candy headphones and the bass was powerful. Maybe I'm too old, but I'm not huge on really powerful bass necessarily. I like punchy bass. I don't need it to be like scrambling my brain. And they also sounded really good, which made me confident in the brand. But when I went online looking for wireless earbuds, I saw Skull Candy. I was naturally inclined to look more towards those. Let me know how they turn out. I want a custom build to build myself. Where's the best place to buy PC parts? I have the parts in a builder on Newegg, or would PC Part Picker be better? I would go through Amazon. I would go through Amazon. Just personally. But if you need specific parts, you can still go through Newegg. It's not a problem. But I would do Amazon personally. I've had such good experiences returning things on Amazon, whereas Newegg has literally been caught scamming people who are trying to do that. Yeah, honestly, I had it at 2 times speed. I can basically put it on the single gear there. I just did the forum, brother. Ready to get one during Black Friday, 100%. Okay. I can't help you now then, Will. If you're trying to get it during Black Friday, that's 2 months from now. I don't know what the deals are going to be. Whatever deal I show you right now is going to be different. It's not going to be right. Hold off until closer to Black Friday. And the thing is, you said on the forum that you're ready to make the purchase within 1 month. And what you just told me is you're going to do it during Black Friday, which is in 2 months. You might have put 1 month because if you do 2 months, you notice, oh, it's going to stop me from filling out the form if I put more than a month. Well, there's a reason for that. Deals change. Deals change really fast in PCs. If you're waiting for Black Friday, hold off until closer to Black Friday and I'll help you out then. I don't know what the deals are right now for Black Friday. I will probably have access to those deals a little ahead of the game, yeah, but that's not this far ahead. So yeah, I wouldn't do this one then, based on what you just said. But Will, you know, in the meantime, though, like I'll keep your form on the list. And when Black Friday comes around, we'll just go back to it. If anything changed, you can tell me. And we'll go based off of that. So you'll be one of the first people I help out whenever you're ready to get help. Because you'll have filled out your form a couple months in advance. But we might need to update things at that point. If you saved up more money or anything like that. Expenses came up. Your budget changed. You got to let me know. That kind of stuff. But, okay, well. Thank you for telling me that, but just make sure that when you fill out the form, you're like, oh, this thing says more than a month is not good. Yeah, it's for a reason. Okay, I guess I'll get back to this. Let me just again. There, I think will be good. Yes, I guess. It's cutting off the top of my head a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I gotta say, you can't really see it here very much, but I cable manage the heck out of this thing. Other than the power, because I knew I was going to need to swap out the power supply cables. I said this during that build, and I will say it again. If you swap out your power supply, and they're both modular, right? And you're like, I cable manage my power cable. I'll just use the same ones that are already there. Do not ever do that. You are putting not just your PC parts at risk, but your home and maybe your life at risk by doing that if it starts a fire, and it could. So don't do that. And I just messed this thing up. I gesture too much. There we go. And we go here, and bam. There we go. That means I can actually bring it a little lower. All right. Nope. Sit up. There we go. This adjustable camera thing is pretty nice, but it can get annoying at times. Get the mic back out here. Can actually like crank it just a little bit so that I can be a little farther away from the mic, because with a dynamic microphone, typically you got to be right on the mic to get the best sound. That's why it's great for untreated, like acoustically non-treated rooms, because then you don't have to worry about room echo as much. It just gets whatever source of sound is right in front of it. But I don't have a shotgun mic set up, so we'll just crank this a little bit and it should be fine. Or maybe Prime Day. See, I don't know. Prime Day deals? Who knows? Also, Will, you said you're near a Micro Center. So Micro Center sales could be, their Black Friday stuff could be amazing. I can't wait to find out. We'll be finding out at the same time on Micro Center, probably. Let me loosen these and scooch this up so we're getting a little bit better, a little bit more direct to the GPU. Now that's pretty well squared up with it. Yeah, this is good because I got some cables running through here. So yeah, we'll leave them as that is. Okay. Let's just try to get that out of the way. There we go. I love this mic arm. This has to be my favorite mic arm of all time. It's the AverMedia one, and I put some extenders like right here, so it is super adjustable. And when I'm done with it, it kind of folds up behind the monitors, so it's out of my way. I love it. Thought I'd already cut a starter here. There it is. What are y'all up to? What's going on? Maybe I should get that Dr. Power and try testing out that other power supply. Kind of want to. Oh, by the way, Alucard, I actually appreciate you giving me sass about those 8-pin CPU cables because I ended up putting in extensions, and now I don't have to unplug those from the motherboard now. I just plug into the extensions. Thank you very much. I am going to have to replace them, though, because I have 2 of these 8-pin cables on the way. And those should look really good. But then, of course, I will have to replace the extensions. But then I won't be replacing the whole cable, just the extensions. So that's fine, I guess. And that I just have to pull out the radiator, which is on a bracket, which removes with 2 screws. It's so nice. I love this case. Like, before I loved the way it looked. Now I love building in it. Like, I like tinkering with it. It's really easy to make adjustments to your PC in this case. Like that. Didn't think I was really expecting that. It's not the usual experience. Usually it's like, oh God, I got to remove the radiator. That's at least 8 screws because I got to get to the 8-pin. Oh no. Yeah, no, it's super easy. Big reason why I prefer extensions. Also just helps for aesthetics as well. Yeah. And it's usually something I do. I wouldn't normally do it on a PC that's a workhorse. Like this one's going to be a workhorse and I wouldn't normally make it like aesthetically, but I guess I got used to that with the first time I did it with the Shadowfax back in the day. I'm like, well, you know what? It looks really nice. I like seeing that. It's a joy. It's a joy to have it there, looking like that. Kenneth, just we're lurking around. Thank you for the lurk, Kenneth. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Also, I cannot tell you how cool Thermal Mike has been through this whole process. Awesome, dude. I'm gonna need the SATA from this. That I did route pretty well, so that's gonna be a bit of a pain to get out. Don't know why. Compulsion, I guess. I mean, it's a black gunmetal and purple case. Got to have as many things match as possible. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, you know how it is, Alucard. With a black PC case, it's much easier to hide your crimes when it comes to cable management. So, you know, I'm sure we've both been there. Y'all, if you're doing your first PC build, I maybe more than anyone appreciate those who come in and say, I want to do a white PC build. Doing it for your first build, though, is potentially brave, because you're going to have to put some extra work into learning cable management. It ain't no hiding that in a white PC build. Everything will show. Set that aside for now. Maybe I should test this one out first before I put it in there. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get a 12. I can say I get a 12v2x6 from here. Test with their cable and because this right here is not a cable extension, and this is something I mentioned in the stream when I was talking to Thermal Mike, and he was in the chat. This is something there. I need to just call him Mike. I don't know why I keep calling him Thermal Mike. Bye, Mike. That 12v2x6 and 12v PWR, which is the same cable except in the 12v2x6, the 4 cents pins are shorter, so that it makes you have to make extra sure it's all the way connected, or it's just not going to turn on, which is a nice safety feature. But that is standardized. All these other cables for a modular power supply, not standardized for some stupid reason. It's not standardized between PSU manufacturers. I wish it was. Like the way it plugs into the motherboard is the same on all of these. Hello? As long as the PSU cables don't have ketchup and mustard, those are fine to hide. Yeah, absolutely. Even between different models of the same brand, they're not standard. Yeah. Yeah. I think there was this a Corsair? I forgot who did this. It might have been Corsair, that it was the same model, but the only change, not even visual, from one version to the next, they changed their pinouts. And it wasn't obvious. It might not have been Corsair. Don't let me like malign their name unfairly. It might not have been Corsair. I don't remember who it was. But like they would send out replacements as RMAs and not tell the person, hey, you better swap your cables because they're different. Type 3 to Type 4. That was it. It was Corsair. Damn it, Corsair. Come on. But there were a couple cases where there were RMAs, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on this. There were a couple cases where there were RMAs. They would send out the new power supply and cables and not tell the person to swap out the cables. That power supply is a step down from mine. Got the 1600 watt tough power. Kenneth, that's fine with me. I've got a 4090, not a 5090. Even with 1300 watts is more than I would need. Even with a 5090, I would say 1200 is fine. Cable Mod was good for finding some compatibilities. They were. I think they were reporting on that, weren't they? Man, it's just like that's one of those things where it's like, who was in charge of this? If anyone. Who, if anyone, was in charge of this? Come on. So I need that, and I need a SATA. Boy, that is nice and tangled up, isn't it? Okay. I really do like the etched PVC they have on these, or whatever the material is. It is quite nice. It's not going to feel like braided and sleeve cables, but it is superior to your typical, OEM cables, essentially. It's giving, we have braided sleeve cables at home, but in a good way. Me sitting here with a 1,000-watt PSU, feel left out. Well, that's what's in the system right now, and it worked just fine. This is just what Thermaltake wanted to send. I mean, for a 4090 with a Core Ultra 7, maybe 1,000 watts would be fine. A Core Ultra 7 is pretty good on power. It's just if you can put a little extra in there, doesn't hurt to do it. We'll say I'm not sure how I feel about just how split the 24 pin is. I feel like they could have made that a little bit more, like, it's supposed to split at the modular PSU side, but like, do that here, you know? This becomes a little unwieldy. Like, you even got this split off of there. It's like there's a lot of layers to the 24, but I guess that means you can kind of stack it up a little bit and make it narrow if you need to. So that's not the worst thing, but I didn't end up doing that, so maybe that's just me. 57 Ti 1400K with 1,000 watts. Probably do the same with my 4080 265K build. Yeah. Yeah, I really needed to finish this up so I can get this thing in place to where I don't have to open it up again anytime soon. And I can get to work on it. Nonchalant Chance, what's up? Hey, I got my PC from Build Redux 5090, decked out all white. Well, hold up, Nonchalant Chance. Build Redux does white PCs now? We just looked at their site and they didn't have that as an option. Like, it was like a couple of weeks ago, a week ago. Build Redux did a white PC. I'm looking right now. I'm gonna go look right now. Shop now. Don't see it. You work there? Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess you're getting some kind of employee benefit of getting white PCs because it's not on the site. I'm sorry. Here, let me just do that. So these are the PCs, right? So you say 5090, right? Go there. Where's the option for a white PC? Very curious there, Nonchalant Chance. Curiouser and curiouser. I know my face isn't fully in camera. I don't have the tracking on right now, so I work there now, so it was special. They don't do that for others. Okay. Well, maybe you can do me a favor. Oh, I know you just started there, so don't do this. I was going to jokingly say, maybe ask them why, after having talked to me and telling me all the things that they were going to change and do better, they went the actual opposite direction and are now kind of beyond me recommending them, unfortunately. I mean, they I don't know that they ever, like, to the point where I'll tell you, they actually told me they would be retooling this case here that they had made because of the airflow being really bad. Like, just choked off with mesh upon mesh upon mesh, and like, yeah, I got bad results. You don't have to do that for me. They did what they were gonna do. It's fine. And honestly, when it comes to YouTube, I might as well have dropped off the face of the earth for the last 6 months or so it's okay. I'm sure it doesn't bother them. But it is coming back, so I don't know if that will bother them. Maybe it will. Who knows? All right, Alucard, have a good one. But I would say before they pick a white case to add into their thing, they need to get rid of this one and get one with better airflow. I just want to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, that I'm not just a hater, because I'm not. But let me see. This doesn't show it very well. Let's see if I can find. I was looking. There we go. Right here. Right here. To show you what I mean. Okay. We're gonna go here, and I'm gonna show you this. Do you see this right here? Let me turn on my track quick because I'm out of frame. I wasn't showing my desktop for a while there, so there we go. Hi, it's me. Okay, so you see this right here should look actually like that. Not all covered up with 70% metal. This is how case manufacturers do it. Whoever made that case, I don't know what they were thinking, but that's not how air works. It doesn't work that way. And then you can see over here, if I show the right screen, that there's basically prison bars all the way across right there. I can zoom in. My thermals in the testing were not good. I finished up, sent the thing back. I was like, ain't good, chief. Ain't happy with that. So, yeah. So what they said was, understand why I don't think you should say anything. They told me they were going to completely retool the airflow on the case. That can cost tens of thousands, if not 100,000 or more, to retool anything. I can see why they wouldn't do it. And because they have 2 cases that they use, they didn't buy a few of these. They probably got a lot of them. A lot. Like a lot of them. So, they might have been promising more than they could when they said they would retool it. Like, maybe we'll retool it after we sell about 10,000 of these, which is like, that's 10,000 people with unfortunate airflow. So, yeah, we had high hopes. I had high hopes with the review. I had pushed Build Redux for quite a while back when they had a configurator and you could change things. I don't know, man. But hey, you know what? If you enjoy working there and you can put some quality in those PC builds and do your best, I ain't got nothing bad to say about that. I think we just need to forget about that company we use for cases and go to a more well-known brand. Yeah. One can hope. But yeah, just, don't mind me. I'm sure Build Redux probably has plenty of happy customers who are never going to push their PCs in a way that would ever... yeah, okay, that's just really bad. The average new PC buyer might never notice. I can't not notice. So it's hard. So 280 plus 150 plus 300 plus 730, 1,000 watts should be okay. Just follow the electrician's 80% rule. Keep it under 80% at the worst. Although before ATX 3.0, 3.1 PSUs, I'd aim for two-thirds, aka 66%. I still do by nature. I have to, or Chaos, I apologize for myself all the time by overdoing it on power supplies for like everybody's builds. But at the same time, I don't feel like I'm overdoing it. Also need to change how the I/O. It says a big R for Redux and nobody wants to see that on their PC. I mean, yeah. For me, many things are forgivable if the airflow is good. Like there's this thing on the bottom near the front where y'all put this big label. I'm like, who's put a label in the prettiest part of my PC? Like right where I'm looking. Put it on the back or on the right side. Why would you do that? That kind of stuff. That should be easy to change. Putting where you put your label, like don't put it right there on the inside. All lit up by the RGB fans. What is going on? Who made that choice? And our 16 gigs has no RGB. That's not that big a deal. There's enough RGB in the fans here, I think, where if like that's $10, I don't mind saving there. Also, here's another thing. For me, I feel like RAM RGB is the first. If I'm going to cut any RGB, it's the RAM first, because it's typically the hardest one for motherboards to control for some reason. It's the only place where Corsair actually kind of wins, because they're, if you're going to have IQ anyway, it controls the RAM really well. So that they got that going for them. But then you have to have IQ on the other hand. If you're going to go any one thing Corsair, and that's the problem with this right here. This right here has only Corsair memory and everything else is Cooler Master, right? So you have to have IQ just to change the color of your RAM. What? That's a downside. What about Signal RGB, though? I don't know if Signal RGB works with Corsair. Probably. I have to say, I don't deal with OCD, but that AIO on top is bugging me. This isn't bad. I feel like this is okay because you want air to make it all the way to where your VRM cooling is. And if you move your AIO all the way to the front here, you're just going to be sucking out the fresh air right there, which is fine, but you do want air circulation over here. This is helping with that already, but why not do a little more? I don't know. It's negligible. It's going to be a couple degrees Celsius anyway. The empty space at the end. I probably wouldn't put a 240 in here myself. Considering they're part of Digital Storm, it doesn't reflect well on them. Honestly, Org Chaos, in my opinion, Build Redux, them being part of Digital Storm doesn't reflect well on Build Redux, because I don't like Digital Storm. Digital Storm does some things that are like, that's how y'all roll. Okay. Oh, you changed it? Well, that's nice, but we know now. We know how you be, Digital Storm. Anyway, this is the goal right here if you want airflow. You don't want to, you let your fans do their thing. You give them 4 screw holes. That's all you got to do. You don't put them in prison. That's my beef with that case, and it's like most of their PCs now. You got like 2 PCs that have airflow. That's it. But anyways, I digress. What's up, Jay? Gotta go. Thanks for your thoughts, and I'll send updates. Have a great night. You got it. Chance, come back anytime you want. And honestly, I like the guys that I talked to over there. Give them my regards, please. You put one on the back and down the box. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you for giving me the update on that. Okay. I don't like how we took away the custom builds. That's another big thing for me. It's the gaslighting, where it's like customize. Let's see, shop, and then there's like a customized thing, and it's like, hey, here's why you don't want to do that. Where was it? Why Redux? I guess maybe that got taken away, where the customized thing. It just said customized, and it's like, no. What do you mean? But yeah, I missed the custom aspect. They had been adding to it based on my freaking input. They've been adding more options for customization, and then they took them all away. I was like, well, okay, I guess I see how that is. It's okay. It's fine. But like I said, as for the guys that I've talked to over at Build Redux, they were cool dudes. And I don't think that it was their choice to do this. So if you do say hi to them for me, give them my warm regards. They were cool. But yeah, come back anytime. So right now I'm hooking up this PSU to test it with my my new PSU tester from Thermaltake, the Dr. Power 3. Yo, what's going on? WX Fan 21, how you doing? How you doing? How you living, buddy? What's going on? I'm just working on this. Hold on. Excuse me. Follow me. Okay. Working on this guy right here. My editing PC has been out of commission for months, and I finally got what I needed to build the new one after much toil and waiting and all that. But what's going on with you? Agonor, what's up? Thoughts on Alienware A51 4090 setups? They are on discount. Is that the laptop? The Area 51 laptop? All you got to remember is that a laptop 5090 is not like a desktop 5090. It's not going to. It has 24 gigs of VRAM instead of 30. But that's a desktop. The Area 51's desktop. What is a laptop called? I forgot. I just don't look at Alienware anymore. I've heard, and actually, Gamers Nexus posted a review of the latest Alienware build, and they were somewhat positive. Still had criticism, but I think it was still a proprietary motherboard, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, I just don't recommend Dell or Alienware. I just don't. I don't do it. I can't. They're free to try to change my mind, I guess. But I'll believe it when I see it myself and test it myself. Although you can generally trust Steve with stuff. He would not have taken money from Dell. I promise you that. So, but still, you have better options. Now, can you probably get something cheaper? Yeah, but you'll get what you paid for, you know? It changed to better than HP. Yeah. Silent Furies, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, you can find, like, I can show you something that's going to look more like a custom PC. Although I don't know how I felt about the look. Alienware PCs used to look sick. Then Dell bought them. Let's actually bring that in right there. Go. I'll put on the end. What's up, Tame? How's it going? Yeah, if you're Agenor, if you're looking for if you're looking for help with a PC, you see how after you asked your initial question, Stream Elements posted a paragraph in there. Click that link, fill out the form, and I'll be able to help you out with a not Alienware PC. That should be nice right there. Okay. Oh, you're following me again, aren't you? Let's go there. Right there. Perfect. Okay. And Dell messed up the Alienware name. Well, what they messed up with is keeping the Alienware name, because then people expected... I mean, I'll say Alienware wasn't perfect, but it was at least interesting. Keep 'em busy, doing well. Happy to hear it. Ordained Spoon... Oh... Ordained Spoon 0. What's up? I'm not personally shopping for a pre-built. I build my own, and I'm about to make one custom for someone. I have heard that Newegg's ABS brand is pretty decent. Any opinions on that? Newegg is okay if you want to buy a couple of parts. I was just talking about this earlier. If you follow the whole Gamers Nexus story back when they directly got scammed by, maybe avoid motherboards, because that's what they scammed Gamers Nexus on. Wow. Best luck ever. But you can trust them with some parts, especially the simple ones, whatever. I still kind of prefer Amazon because I've had, no problems returning stuff on Amazon if it was faulty. However, for a full PC, no. Just go with a full-on system integrator. And now, I will say ABS is Newegg's in-house SI, but no, there's great SIs out there, especially if you're looking for price to performance, and definitely if you're looking for a boutique build, like where it's higher quality, like high-end components and attention to detail in the build and after purchase experience, all that kind of boutique experience. Yeah. But if you're looking for price to performance too, you can still do just as well, if not better, at other sites. And there's a whole lineup of them. After the whole Gamers Nexus thing, though, Newegg has apparently supposedly been on their best behavior. We don't know how long that's going to last. And I don't want to be on the hook for having them support me when that runs out. When that goodwill runs out, right? Or at least the desire for goodwill from consumers. Anyway, there's lots of great options out there. If you're going to be building it for somebody, though, get it from Amazon. Get the stuff from Amazon or Micro Center if you can. There's a lot of great sources for parts. The one benefit that Newegg has when shopping for PC parts is that search engine's tuned for PC stuff and tech. Amazon search sucks. So just use PC Part Picker. That's what I use all the time. And sometimes it'll tell you Newegg is the best price, best option. Okay, that just made the decision for you if you're building something for someone. But if you're gonna build it, cool. If you're going to do a customizer, like a configurator at a pre-built company, depending on what you're looking for, price to performance or boutique or whatever, don't go with the ABS thing. If you're building it yourself, you can get a couple of parts from Newegg and it'll probably be fine. But if you're having it built, I'm a little confused as to what you said. Because you said, I'm about to make one custom for someone. Do you mean you're going to configure it for them and have ABS build it? Or do you mean you're going to order the parts and build it for them? Micro Center, PPF have had some insane deals, but the issue I've had with them and many of their pre-builts is the RAM they use isn't great. That's a broad generalization that I'm happy to say is incorrect. In some cases, it'll be correct. But in a lot of cases, you're actually wrong, and that's awesome. There's a lot of pre-builts out there that use premium memory, or they'll tell you what the memory specs are, and then you're like, okay. Or most SIs have some kind of configurator where you choose the parts yourself, and that's just like Subway. If your sandwich tastes bad, you did it, not them. You chose the ingredients. Amazon returns are like Walmart returns. If it doesn't work, they take it back. No, yeah, pretty much. Before Dell absorbed Alienware, they attempted laptops that could upgrade the video card. Obviously, had to come from them and was generation limited. They even did dual GPU laptops. I was like, yo, that's sick. That's awesome. Basically, anything with 12-volt power PSU or a PSU is basically not even standard makes the motherboard and PSU e-waste minimum. Yep. Laptops, on the other hand, are inherently proprietary, but no reason they have to toss the MOBO. PSU along with the case and cooler due to proprietary reasons. It isn't good. That's what really upsets me about Dell and the fact that they insist on making non-ATX standard stuff, cases, CPU coolers that bolt through the motherboard directly to the chassis. Like, what the hell is that? I'm sure it's faster for assembly line stuff, but like, damn, that's not going to work on anything else. But yeah, Ordained Spoon Zero. If you're looking for help with throwing together a PC part picker list, that is part of what I do. Just optimizing builds for certain use cases and budgets or whatever. Vero, you said RTX 5090 Zotac is $4,000 and Aorus Master 5090 is $4,700. Is that in US dollars? And what region is that again? Because it's not like that in the US. So the Acer 21X is probably the coolest laptop in the past few years for sure. Those MXM were awesome. I don't follow laptops as much. It's not what people come to me for. And it's not as much my thing. Unless there's something unique about it. But yeah. Like those SLI laptops Alienware used to make. Like that was sick. Why couldn't they keep stuff? Of course, SLI is not a thing anymore. No, it's just not a thing anymore. SLI, NVLink, none of that. Crossfire. Yeah, I went back and forth with a customer and I settled on a spec with a 9800X3D and a 9070 XT at MSRP. All right. What resolution are they gaming at, if I may ask? Look at me taking as long as I typically do for whenever I'm doing anything PC building related. I am not a fast man. That is CPU. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's one, and need my second one. Oh, Australian. Yeah, that's you should put a symbol for that, Vito, because that's like, what do you mean $4,000 US? Oh, my other question, Spoon, would be what games do they play? Is it Call of Duty where they'll use that CPU or not at higher resolution if they're playing at higher resolution? 1080p. I told them they should really change to for a 1440p monitor, but they said they wanted to keep the PC for a while, like 6+ years. What does 1080p have to do with keeping the PC for a while? I guess that's why they want a 9800X 3D. Yeah, that's okay. So I'm back and forth a lot on the on any X3D chips for various reasons, depending on the chip. But everybody throws around the 9800X 3D like you're not a gamer if you don't buy it, if you have the budget for it. But once you get past 1080p and you're in 1440p and 4K, except for like maybe 10% of a small percentage of games, it ain't doing much at higher resolution. Unless you have a 5090, and even then the difference is kind of negligible. But at 1080p, you'll see the difference. Because at 1080p, you're using your CPU more for gaming, right? But yeah, it's just a little overhyped to me. And that's because I'm using one right now. Like, I have it. I get it. I understand. And the benefit of the 9800X 3D isn't just with game. Like, if you're like, I want a system where I can do Photoshop and also, like, it's killer for that. It's awesome. But, like, once you get to high resolutions, the 9800X 3D kind of levels out with everything else. Except for a few, certain games, specific games, where no matter the resolution, it's CPU intensive. Supposedly, Call of Duty games are like that. I don't know. I don't play them. Real-time strategy games. You got a lot of stuff going on your board for an RTS game. And that's running a lot of calculations all at once. That's CPU stuff. Yeah, pretty much Battlefield 6 and esports stuff. Plus, I think some AAA, maybe like Starfield or something else space-themed. I know Starfield happened in space, somewhat. I don't know how space-themed it actually was. Like, it happened on planets. You didn't really get to do much in space, if we're being honest. But Battlefield 6 and esports stuff, 9800X 3D is going to utilize that. It'll come into play. So yeah, I feel you. Now, when it comes to the AAA stuff, how interested are they in ray tracing? If you're looking at a 9070 XT at MSRP, that price to performance is very hard to beat. It's finding it at MSRP that's the problem. Don't need that. Nope. Hate pigtails on cables, because then people are tempted to use them. Do not use that. There we go. Got it. Yeah, I have a 7700X and 4070 myself, and yeah, I'm waiting for Zen 6 X3D if I even go for it at all. And at that point, I'd rather go for the AMD or NVIDIA 80 class. Yeah, so here's the thing. Right now, so the 5070 Ti out of 50 series to me is the best one. It does pretty much everything the 5080 does for $250 less if you're looking at both of them at MSRP. You're looking at like 5 to 10% difference in performance with few exceptions. I was able to play every game I tried at 4K, zero issues with the 5070 Ti. The 9070 XT, I've not had the chance to personally test. I'm supposed to be getting a system from Asus with it for unboxing and testing and stuff. Haven't yet, and I need to reach out to my rep there and make sure that's still coming or it got shipped elsewhere, because he sent it to the wrong content creator, and I was like, it's okay, no rush. What's up, Noble7 MXR? How you doing? Apparently Borderlands 4 uses a lot of CPU too. Burgie 5, it uses a lot of everything, too much of everything. It's hard to say fairly what resources that thing actually needs. The 5080 5090 still benefits from the 9800X 3D due to the NVIDIA driver CPU overhead issue. Okay, fair. What's the effect on the 5070 Ti in that case? It does come pretty close to 5080. So is that an issue for that as well? I haven't looked. Attempted an SLI system when the tech was still newish. Pair of 7800 GTs. Couldn't tell the difference with bridge in or out. Second card worked as dedicated physics without the bridge. I did Crossfire. I did Crossfire. It worked great. What is it? The Infinity. What do they call the Infinity display thing? It worked actually pretty well. Well, I've been so interested in Starfield till I learned you were not doing much in space. Yeah. The shipbuilding was sick, though. I love the shipbuilding in that game. That should have been a game. That should have been the game. Build ships. Don't fly them, though. Starfield was honestly boring. I got it for free, and it was basically quick traveling everywhere except some space battles. It's like, yes, space travel. Let's skip that. And it's like 4 load screens to get to one place. That's not a new. It's not a hot take. Not a hot take at this point. Let's actually use Velcro strap for that. Asked them about ray tracing. They said they aren't sure, but also they have a 2060 Max-Q laptop. They just haven't experienced it. Less important is the CPU overhead thing was tested a few with 1600 XT and 3090. Oh, we're talking about 5080, 5090. I don't have the specific info, but 5080 performs the same / worse than the 9070 with an AM5 non-X3D processor in raster. If only my game wasn't a flop. DF Starfield, you're not that Starfield, okay? You're good. You're the good Starfield. I will say I loved Starfield branded stuff, that aesthetic was awesome. Like the old NASA aesthetic, so sick. Peckish YT, what's up? Welcome. Just about to test out a power supply so I can put it in. How this thing keeps. If I don't have it tracking me, the tracking camera turns off. And it's like, what if I want to turn it on? That's the whole thing. I'm supposed to just gesture and you start following me. Working on this guy right here. The purple PC. Let's get you back down here. There you go. It felt like old NASA meets old Apple. Yep. Oh, yeah. Nice camera holding. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. It's on a gimbal, actually. It's just a gimbal. It's a RS4. Purple PC. Hey, I like it. I had it up on... Where did I do that? Hold on. Oh, here. I'll just show a picture of it. I'll gussy it up. So this is... I mean, this is our mascot. And I'm showing this in Twitch chat, but that's our mascot RGB right there. So when I was going to get this purple case, I was a community member who makes these right here, these illuminated sign things, Ameridan. I reached out and commissioned a few pieces. Let me bring it up and show you how it turned out. Please ignore the mess. This stream was chaos. But there it is. That's our buddy working on a waffle light box. Nice. There's Dan right there. Yeah, chaotic stream, but yeah. Come on, it's amazing. It's fantastic. Look at that. Look at that build. That's the best. Nothing else like it. Fight me. As far as I'm aware, isn't the COD mainline series an extreme outlier on AMD cards? I saw one example of the 9070 XT versus 5070. It was like 60% faster. I don't know. 60%. I'd need to see that. That's crazy. That's a big number. Now, if you're talking about, I mean, is it crap with DLSS and better with FSR? I mean, I guess that could be a thing. With games relying on that technology at this point, that could be a major factor. So that's going to be backwards. Okay. That is me. Cool. Got it. I've never used this thing, so I want to see what the readings look like. I wish I had my top-down camera on. I don't. I guess I could fix that. FE cards look like low graphics versions of every card. I think they look sick. Like, NVIDIA does bad stuff. I do have some people that know that work there that are really cool people, but as a company, they do some pretty terrible stuff. That's how they became the most valuable company in the world. But you got to give it to the Founders Edition in the last few generations. It looks sick. Purple is the top 3 color. Purple, pink, blue, all variations. Yeah, I said it. A top 3 color. Well, yeah, and it's number 1 out of the top 3. Best blue is like 8AF, 1FE. If you want to know peckish, the best... Okay, so my purple is actually kind of a blurple, but it's 6800 FF. 6800 FF if you want the hex code. It's called Electric Indigo. It was hardware unboxed. I was planning on using a Be Quiet Pure Power 12M 1000 watt PSU, the one I'm configuring. Any experience with Be Quiet PSUs? No, I haven't built with every PSU out there, which is why I just use a tier list and I go off of that. I don't have enough time or energy or money to go down that rabbit hole, so I trust those who have. And I don't use the PSU Cultist one anymore. I kind of followed along with Zach's Tech Turf and just went with that that one that SPL's PSU tier list that he has posted on his build help page now. So I know this thing isn't tracking me now, so I'm going to be a little out of frame. There we go. Okay, so if we look at this and we go... Pure Power, that should be it right there. And you said it was the 12M. That is an A-rated power supply. There you go. Now I actually do have experience with the I actually have had the Pure Power 12. No, not the 12. Actually, no, I had this. I had the 1200 watt and it worked great. It's funny because I'm used to saying no to that, but yeah, I actually had the Pure Power 1200 watt 12M. So yeah, it's a great power supply, but also I would just back this up anyway, because if I have one good experience, that should not be a buying decision for you. That shouldn't be enough to tell you, hey, I'll buy, you know. I go to this, where this is just a lineup of a bunch of reviews and this and that, and that's how they get their info. What's up, Daredy? How's it going? That's what I was saying yesterday. The 9070 XT outperformed the 5080 in Black Ops 6 in testing at 1440p. I don't know if I trust everything I see like that on YouTube, though. If it was hardware unboxed, I'm going to go out and look for that. That sounds interesting. $6,900 FF is basically the same thing. Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be very similar, yeah. Could you share the link to this, please? The link to what? Legit same law. Electric Indigo is my fave. I'm not even lying. $9070 XT versus 5080. Yeah, they trade blows often. Well, that's the thing, guys. Y'all got to understand that a lot of this testing, they'll like do it. They'll test for raster. I keep doing the wrong camera. There we go. That's where I'm actually in frame. They'll test it like rasterized performance and forget the fact. Now, you have to do that, I guess, to remove like to remove as many variables as possible, right? But the average gamer is just going to go by default settings. They are going to be using DLSS4 and FSR. And in some cases, by default, multi-frame gen or just regular frame gen with FSR, right? With AMD Radeon. So people are going to have different experiences. Those reviews are basically valid if you choose to turn off any upscaling. Do you do that? Upscaling is awesome now. And NVIDIA arguably still has better upscaling tech than AMD does. This is what bothers me about reviews. I understand. A lot of these people are my peers. I chatted with the Hardware Unboxed in Taiwan just a couple months ago at Computex. I saw them at the Tech Mall. They're cool people. They're awesome. They have to test things while turning those AI assists and upscalers off. They have to do that to get solid results, repeatable results. But consumers aren't going to use them like that. The average consumer, somebody watching their video, is likely going to be, they'll test it like that and probably end up using an upscaler anyway, maybe, but whatever. They want to know. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm not going to use it, just raster. I still want to know. But people need to absorb the fact and accept the fact, whether we like it or not. NVIDIA is investing more in the software side of it now than they are. Like, they're not trying to. Yeah, the hardware uses a lot of power. Yeah. Great. But they're more invested in the AI side of it now. Obviously. Wouldn't you be? Yeah. Whatever the case is. I'm interested in looking at the video. If AMD is pulling ahead on hardware, that's awesome. Like, that's cool. But also AMD's like, we're not making a high-end card this generation. Okay. If AMD wins at one game, I'm sorry, that's not enough for me. I mean, if they win by a significant margin for one game. On the other hand, I've never cared about Call of Duty. I've tried to. It's just not my vibe. I don't play that. Yeah, DLSS 4 is still better, but I'm glad that FSR 4 is getting better. Ordained Spoon. Here's the thing. AMD, even if I hope they keep trying. Unless NVIDIA, it goes completely out to lunch for 660 series. Because they're just making too much money. And they can't manage to design good cards because there's too much piles of money in the way. Okay? AMD will constantly be a step behind because NVIDIA sets the trend and then AMD has to follow it. That's why they're a full generation behind on hardware accelerated ray tracing, and they always will be. Unless NVIDIA somehow skips a generation. They're not gonna, because they invested in hardware. They invested in ray tracing while everybody was making fun of it. They invested in DLSS while everybody was hating it. It's just like, and remember this, every time you hear somebody hating on multi-frame gen, remember what they said about ray tracing, remember what they said about DLSS. There are games now where you cannot turn ray tracing off. It's in a ton of games. And DLSS is like magic now. I'm not going in as a hater on multi-frame gen. I don't care if my buddies disagree with me. I've used it, and damn, it was kind of awesome. It only had a few little mess ups here and there. I wasn't freeze framing and pixel peeping. I didn't care. I was having a great time. You have to experience it to believe it. Multi-frame gen is kind of nuts. Now, when I hear Jensen talking about like, oh, it's going to be all AI generated, I'm like, no, you shut up. You don't do that to us. It still needs a basis. Like, why you even have, like, why is it even generating anything? What's wrong with you? Like, don't lose the plot that much. But max out at here where you're at with MFG and just make it better. Get rid of the latency somehow. Refine that. Don't just try to shotgun everything with AI. But I have to give them credit where it's due. This 5070 Ti, there is no slowing it down. I've played everything at 4K, 0 issues. It was amazing. So, I don't know. I'm going off too many tangents here, but yeah. I think Tim from Hardware Unboxed runs an AMD GPU on purpose, but I don't know that for a fact. What? Oh, WX Fan. You're right. The merch link is not working right now. The vanity link is not working right now. I got to get with Fourth Wall on that. That's my bad. It's been a minute, too. I think I'm the biggest customer when it comes to my merch, so it's been fine, but I appreciate you looking at that. I do have some pretty cool designs. I can't pat myself on the back for that. Faded, what's up? Still on my 4080 Super. Still a great card. AMD is just way better in my opinion. No more driver issues. To be fair, they did flip the script on that. Now it's NVIDIA that has driver issues. Amazing rasterization, enough performance for any person in any game, basically, and frame gen support on super old hardware. They did make the latest version of FSR not open. Now that sucks. So there is that. Also, I think it seals the deal for me. AMD is cheaper than NVIDIA by a huge margin in Australia. NVIDIA prices are inflated here, and AMD is basically the same as USA. that is going to affect your opinion on them in a way. Like, you got to admit, that will have something to do with it. The thing is, if you're I might say 5070 Ti is awesome. It's not awesome at $900 or $850 or $800. It's awesome around $750. Okay, maybe at $800 it's fine, I guess. But at $750, get it for as close to MSRP if as possible. If you're seeing them for $1,200 in Australia and US dollars, I guess, or whatever. If you're seeing them for the equivalent of like $1,000 in us, don't do that. Don't get that card. It's not worth it. Yeah, if AMD is closer to MSRP than in Australian dollary dues, then get that one. Yeah. If you can't not buy a thing, it's okay to not like that thing, you know? Elevon, what's up? Give my 9800 XRD a ring this evening. It's been a week and I've already proposed. Cool. I mean, there's enthusiasts, and then there's that. Welcome to the stream. I don't have any issue with upscaling in practice. It's more of an issue if you need to run ultra performance on upscaling, upscaling on a 5090 to get like 50 FPS in a non-path tracing game at 1080p original res. Yeah, 5090. Oh, yeah, okay. I know you're making an extreme example, and you said granted that's an extreme example. Okay, or Spoon, I can tell that, you know, amongst probably and anyone who gets into this stuff, this is going to happen to you if there's not already a person in your friend group or a family member or something like that in your circle that is the computer person. You are that person eventually. Yeah, but the one thing out of all the stuff you said there that jumped out to me was ultra performance. Or ultra. Just don't. Okay, so you meant ultra performance upscaling. So like DLSS on in performance mode. I got you. It would basically require NVIDIA to pull Intel's 4th gen to 7th gen where they would just coast. Or 9th to 11th, honestly. Right? Like, Intel coasts a lot. But at the same time, they're like, buy new sockets. Converting to US dollars. 9070 XT is $739. 5070 Ti is $939. 5080 is $1329. Y'all are hurting out there, huh? Damn, Peckish. I'm sorry to hear that. They're all marked up. Yeah, that's like an 18% markup on the 9070 XT. And on it just has a lower starting price at $600, right? And then the 5070 Ti at $939, that's just like, no, that's higher. Yeah. It's like $200 over $750, more or less. Really not good at doing percentage math in my head. But anyways, it's all marked up. It's all marked up. All of it. And it's almost like a similar markup across the board. Hey, recently there was like one GPU at MSRP. If you're talking about in the North American markets, in the US specifically, there's a bunch of GPUs at MSRP in almost every level of the product stack for, you know, at least on the NVIDIA side. The cheapest 5060 Ti 16 gig here is $475. I mean, that sounds like it's all marked up, Peckish. That's crazy. I am not making any progress on this. Just need to get it plugged into this thing. Let me get all these plugged in. That's at least one CPU power. 12V 2x6. I'm just testing this thing before I put it in the PC. Have I gotten a form? I need to check the spreadsheet real quick. Nah, just the one that Will did earlier. But you can somehow get a 9060 XT 16 gig for $369. Well, that's good. GPU shortage with a 30 series was wild. I remember seeing a 3050 for like $550. Yeah. That's what started me up. You gotta understand, Spoon. That's what started my YouTube channel. When I was like, my thing when that happened was, okay, because I was trying to start making videos and I needed a GPU upgrade. I was like, well, I'll just buy a pre-built and build a PC out of that. It's all the parts I need. And then everybody was waiting weeks or months to get their stuff, or paying twice the price or triple the price. I bought a pre-built and I got it in 3 days. And it was cheaper than just buying the GPU by itself on eBay to get the whole PC. It was cheaper than, so that's how it was back then. I was like, I need to tell everybody else that buying a pre-built is the easiest way to get stuff right now. And then that's when I ran into, because I'd gotten like I wasn't on I wasn't on the whole hate train for pre-builts really at any point. I was like, get into PCs, however you want to do it, it's fine. I started with a pre-built when I was a kid. Most people do. Family computer, whatever, right? So when I went into that space, I was like awash in the whole like, oh, pre-built suck. If you don't build your own PC, you just die or whatever. I was like, are y'all really? What year is it? Y'all still saying this? Pre-builts are good. Like, there's mostly good pre-builts now. There are some bad ones. I could point those out. I could do this for videos. And then I started doing it for vid, and that's what happened. And it turns out that like 75%, give or take, of PC hardware sold per year goes to pre-builts. The vast majority. Of course, PC DIY is a niche hobby. But 90% of PC content is DIY. It makes no sense. Who needs more help? Someone who's already kind of an enthusiast, or someone so new that they really just want to get it built for them? That's who needs help, the most help. And there was like no dedicated pre-built content. I was like, okay, I'm the pre-built guy now. Let's go. But that was it. That was my genesis as a YouTuber. Well, I did other stuff before that. Also happy for budget gamers in Australia because the 6600 is constantly $195 for a nice 3-fan model, and the RX 580, that thing's still kicking around, huh? $49? Okay, that's fair for the 8 gig. Yeah. Oh yeah, DIY purists, obviously a loud minority. Yeah. It's funny because some of them will come out of PCMR, right? And I have Pedro, the founder, on video when I was interviewing him. I was like, he was like, you buy pre-built, you're still PCMR. Pre-builts are fine. They're great. And I'm just like, oh, eat that, haters. Yeah, that's your guy. My guy too. Pedro's awesome. Genuinely fantastic human being. The founder of the PCMR community is that's who I'm talking about. Okay, that's all plugged in. I just got to plug this in for power. Oh, let me get SATA on here too. That isn't notched properly. I'd be worried. I think it's okay. I'll skip SATA. I'll skip that one. And I will switch to the new C19 power cable. Might as well. The 5050 is $250 USD, brand new, last I checked. Nobody should buy a 3050 anymore, brand new at least. Well, or Chaos, you're talking about someone who's in Australia. And it's sounding like in Australia, you take what you can get. How much is a 3050 in the USA right now? It's still somehow $180 here in Australia. Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't see the question to you, or Chaos. You're good. course. They literally asked you how much it was. And I'm like, no, they're a different area. Yeah. That's what happens whenever I try to jump into conversations by reading the last message in chat. Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I really got to clean this room up. Every time I do a PC build stream, it decimates this room. And like I was planning on doing it today. Then I hurt my back. And I'm like, freaking awesome. Yeah. Anyways, NVIDIA still is stupid in Australia. End of story. Thank you for the story. It's a beautiful story. Well, it's a sad story. I should have kept the manual for this, but everything's working. Running great, fan spinning. 12 volt, 12.2, 5 volt, 5.12, and 3.3 volt, 3.37. 5 volt SB, 5 volt SB. What happened? Do it again. I think I moved the plug. Okay, buddy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. Change that to over here. Killing me. There we go. We'll let that run for a little bit. I suggest you get the 5060i 16 gig minimum if you can afford it IMHO, unless you mostly just play esports games, or 8 gigs of VRAM won't be an issue. Well, I mean, there's a lot of games where 8 gigs of VRAM is not an issue. You just adjust your settings and textures and stuff down to where it's fine. And looking at Steam hardware surveys, there's a lot of people who are finding it just fine to play with 8 gigs of VRAM. But yeah. Granted, that was Micro Center. You generally can't replicate those deals in other places. Yeah, Ordained Spoon, if you are near a Micro Center, that is a privilege. And yeah, you got to make sure to not throw that around too much. As in like, whoa, dude, whoa, you got to deal with that? Man. What's up, Anton? How's it going? Borderlands 4 is an amazing game, but as usual, but damn, it is a frame gen and FSR DLSS required game. The problem with, like, look, that's the thing is, any like game studios, if there is a path of least resistance, they will take it. and not optimizing because they expect frame gen to make up the difference, or have people render at a lower resolution and upscale, or even just going on social media and begging people to play at 1440p and avoid 4K is just like, that's not how you optimize a game, dude. That's just bad work. That's just terrible work. Oh, but Unreal Engine 5 is blah, blah, blah. Expedition 33. Explain yourself. They did it. Why can't you? Smaller team, too. Oh, is it same size? I don't know. Here's the thing about the whole team size thing. I'm not going in for the whole, it was only 30 people or whatever that did Expedition 33, and only 3 people made Silksong. Watch the credits after you beat the game. It's not 3 people for Silksong, and it's not 30 people for Expedition 33, but that's the narrative they like to go with. But it is kind of nice to see big AAA studios sweating. Because, like it or not, Expedition 33 is a AAA game. As in the quality. Not in terms of how much it costs to make and how many people had to work on it. The quality and the experience. Definitely AAA. But, and I mean, Silksong is just, oh, man. Listen, there is a 5060 Ti 16 gig for $459, which I could get, but I'd rather go with a 9060 XT 16 gig for $409 because I need a white 3-fan version. I feel you. Okay. Sure thing. We'll be here. I feel like super low performance can sort of be justified if it's way better than everything else. Case in point, Original Crisis, I think in 2007. Well, that's just a game that was destined to become a meme anyway. Like because they were like, hey, this is going to be hard to run. It's like how Team Cherry is like, hey, Silksong's going to be harder than Hollow Knight. Have fun. And then everybody's like, whoa, this is harder than Hollow Knight. And Silksong, Team Cherry didn't actually say that because that's like assuming Team Cherry ever communicates anything ever. No. But no, they're like, it's a hard game. It's going to be a hard game. And then people are like, this game is hard. They're like, yeah, we know. After a couple of breaks for my back, I finished assembling my desk. Now I shall unbox and place the monitor and computer. Nice, Arcad. I hope that turns out well. MFG 4X suggested to reach 60 FPS. Damn, son, that's crazy. Letting this run for a while. It's looking pretty good. I'm not going to touch it. I wonder if I can take that one that seemed to be faulty and put it on this thing overnight and how long it runs a test for. I'm going to need to look up instructions on the Dr. Power 3 and see. I keep wanting to say Dr. Pepper. I'm sorry, Thermal Take. I'm sorry. You sent this thing to me, and I keep wanting to misname it. But I haven't yet. What I just didn't count because I did that knowingly. I'm thinking about building a PC for AI. Like, doing what? I feel like super low. Okay, I already talked about that. If you think you're going to run AI, then RTX 5060 Ti 16 gig, seeing as low as 430. I mean, here's the thing. If you're going to run AI stuff, a lot of those things that you might want to run were likely developed on CUDA cores. You just need to go NVIDIA. That is because AI as we know it, modern AI, is kind of around because of NVIDIA in the first place, because of CUDA cores. It's like, oh, parallel processing. Use it however you want. That's CUDA cores. And then then AI was just like, okay, we could do that. So, yeah. So yeah, if you're doing AI stuff, you spend the extra for NVIDIA because you want to run this and this and that, and they're like, yeah, get CUDA cores. It was the same, like when I was looking up Stable Diffusion to set up a local setup for Stable Diffusion on a previous PC, like it was a couple years ago at this point. They were like, we hope you have NVIDIA. If not, well, better luck next time you're choosing a GPU. And maybe choose NVIDIA. Because that's what we developed this on, and it doesn't work on AMD. And I was like, wow, I lucked out, I guess. Well, of course, if you look at the market share, there's also a reason that that global market share, also a reason that a lot of AI is developed for NVIDIA, because it's like more than most people buy NVIDIA GPUs. So kind of makes sense to develop your LLM or whatever to work with that. Personalized RPGs, chat only, but awesome. Oh, that's cool. I mean, if it's all text-based, that should not be too crazy, right? ChatGPT says otherwise. Bring in Wendell with the Threadripper RTX 6000 Pro systems. Yeah, Threadripper 9000, RTX 6000 Pro, good to go. Wendell has so much fun with those, though. Like, he actually makes it worth sending him that stuff. Like, I'm just not. He actually can really leverage something like Threadripper. I would just use it to hook up a bunch of PCIe devices, and that's why I just wanted to go with a 12-core 2nd-gen Threadripper, because I was like, I don't need new Threadripper for just building a big streaming PC. But then I didn't realize how bad the memory compatibility was. I guess a cheap way to do AI if you don't care about speed for enormous models or optimization is getting an AI 9395HX or whatever it was called. Yeah. Is that the thing that's the little box thing? I don't know. AI tech is outpacing me, and I'm not too interested in AI, and neither are most of the people who come in and ask me for help, so it works out. So if that's what that is, then yeah, I've seen that. There was a slight spark of interest in reaching out to my NVIDIA rep and being like, why don't I see what that thing can do? But I'm not knowledgeable when it comes to... I have set up Stable Diffusion myself and run it and done stuff like that. But that was just for funsies. I just made some funny pictures. It was cool. It was fun. What is it? Like, my kiddo was like, what if you show Mickey Mouse... and he's looking at the Eiffel Tower, and it's like I don't know, it's just some stuff like that. And it was like, oh, cool. And it was just like a visual horror story. I was like, oh my god, I might need to tune this a little bit. That prompt needs tuning. Yeah, it was just fun. I just like one of those and nooks. I need to get my father a new PC. It won't run Windows 11, and I don't want to teach them Linux. Oh, yeah. Those AMD nooks. Excuse me. One of those AMD nooks. I still kind of wanted the ROG Nook. That thing was really kind of cool. I mean, Nook, when you look at the way Intel was handling Nook systems, they were kind of getting a little too big for what the original concept of a Nook was. But it was really cool how you could just drop like any size GPU in there. That was kind of cool. Having run this for a little while, I feel comfortable putting this in the system. Okay. I'm also wondering if it was the way I had the power hooked up before that maybe caused an issue. And so I'm going to do some thorough testing and make sure it wasn't on me. And if that's the case, I'll settle that with Thermaltake and, make sure that they didn't actually lose anything by sending me out another one. But no, it was working fine on stream. Like that power setup was working fine on stream and everything. So I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'll go and get to work on putting this thing in. We're going to be, we're coming to the end of the stream anyway. But, well, in like 20. Yeah, it's faulted because I turned it off. Chill out. This is why I need to read the manual, because I don't know how to shut this off without unplugging it. There we go. Honestly, the turning point for me was for handheld is when we can get around RTX 4060-ish desktop performance out of handheld at 30 watts, but I guess 3 to 5 years on that. Strix Halo, though. I've seen a handheld with that, and like the back of it is super chunky, but it's powerful, dude. I haven't seen it myself. I'm just saying that it exists. Someone was showing one off or something, like it's going to be a thing, I guess. I don't know. But Strix Halo is pretty rad. AMD is just on point with all handheld stuff, which is good on them. Like they're just, yeah. That's my phone was low on battery, and all my within reach USB-C are busy, so that is why V-mount batteries are awesome. This thing charges super quick. Forgot to put this on my wireless charger too, which is over there. Anyway, so that is, I can cable manage those. After it goes in. This has been kind of cool because it's just been kind of chill. Been reading, chatting back and forth with you guys while working on this. I enjoyed that. That was cool. Thank you for hanging out with me while I did that. Mostly is. But yeah, the what is it? The Strix Halo, the what is it? The framework desktop. That thing looks awesome. That thing looks really cool. But as for Strix Halo myself, I have the Asus ROG Flow Z13, and it just plays whatever I put on it. It's really good. The only downside to that thing is that why didn't they go OLED on the screen? I don't know. I really wish they had, especially at the price those things run. They're pretty expensive. And it's thick. It's basically supposed to be a gaming tablet, but it's like thick boy tablet. Yeah. But I've taken it traveling and stuff. Freaking awesome for that. This is going to go around this way and it's going to go here. So I need to take out the other power supply right now anyway, so I'll do that. Make sure I got all my stuff handy. The Strix Halo handheld with extra battery pack is interesting. Might as well put a UPS in a backpack. I mean, if you want a handheld that's powerful, that thing is probably going to be nuts. Arcade kept me motivated. Happy to hear that. It can be pretty tiring to put a whole setup together, so hang in there. So enjoy watching your streams. They're very informative, especially for someone like me that's ditching consoles for PC. I'll tell you, Will, what I tell most people who are making that adjustment. It's a tough adjustment to make because if you've been on consoles for a long time, you're used to an upgrade cycle and an update cycle or whatever. That's the hardware upgrading over a really long period of time, right? Like if a new console launches and you get it right away, you're like set. You're on the cutting edge for years. With PCs, it could be 6 months. It could be a year. And then the new thing comes out and you're getting bombarded with like, you're gamers, you got to get this. Look at these charts. Yeah, okay. I should be able to reach that after. No, I'm going to go ahead and do it this way. It'll be fine. Extensions. Yeah, cool. I made this pretty easy on myself, except for the SATA. I'll tell you, the best thing about the Tower 600 is just how easy it is to get in and out of it. Oh, the airflow is really good too, and with like I haven't had it be noisy at any point, and the temperatures were awesome. Like under insane synthetic load, the CPU was at like 72 degrees Celsius max temperature. Really good. But man, it is so nice to build in. Don't give Sony ideas. PS6, 6.1, 6.2 every few months. Well, usually it'll be halfway through that cycle. They'll put out a Slim or a Pro or whatever, you know, or both. At the rate TV consoles are developing, they're leaving lots of PC gamers in the dust. Steam survey August average 1060 owner was owned by the PS5, and I got a 3060 Ti, so I could get a GPU that was at least more powerful than the PS5. Yeah. The only console now that I get is like the Switch, because there's games on that I want. I mean, Zelda games, right? Like Zelda, Pokemon, stuff like that. And it's not like you can't play them on PC, but the Switch was, you gotta admit, the Switch did sort of change the game when it came to, like, it made a huge splash in gaming in general. The Steam Deck would not exist without the Switch. And I like the experience between playing on the Switch 1 and Switch 2. I was doing something really silly. I'll admit that right now. So my girlfriend convinced me to start a new game adjacent to her in I have Pokemon Violet. She has Scarlet. And she convinced me to start a new game because you can't play through the game together. You can do a couple things together, but like only sort of, kind of, and it's a little janky, right? But wanted to be playing Pokemon while I was playing Pokemon and start a new game. No, don't play your old one. You're already end game stuff. Start a new one. So I did. I got farther. I did more and got more Pokemon in my second playthrough. I never really finished the Pokedex in my first playthrough. I sort of lost interest. And I got farther in my second playthrough. So I was like, damn, this isn't linked to my Nintendo Online account. I had been watching a lot of like Wolfie VGC content. So I got really interested in like tournament play and competitive play. I was like, maybe I'll try that for once, you know? And I watched the Nuzlocke Invitational, the Point Crow and Peach Owl. And I was like, this is super fun looking, man. And the strategy looks insane. So I was like, maybe I want to do that. But I'm farther along. I have better stuff on my newer one. I don't want to like have another Nintendo account. So I got my older Switch, my Switch OLED, and I have my Switch 2, and I was trading Pokemon to myself. It was really bad. But the experience, the way the game plays on Switch 1 versus Switch 2 is I tried playing it, like I was trying to run around a little bit on the Switch One. I was like, ooh, I can't believe I played through this game like this. This is crazy. That's what I was thinking about the 5090 to be future proof. The thing about it is, well, in 2 generations, the 5090 is going to be very close to the 5080 in terms of performance, right? Unless you're talking about VRAM specific stuff. And to prove this, all you got to do is look at like 3090 and 3080 Ti, 3080 compared to something like a 5080 now. The difference is just still there for all of those. Because gaming moves forward. Games get harder to run. Regardless of what level of GPU you have, it becomes more of a thing about how many generations back you are. To be fair, if you're looking at something like a 1080 Ti versus a 1060, there is a performance difference, but that difference shrinks through the years. There is no future proof. It's just a thing that doesn't exist. And that actually is something that is owned better by consoles than PCs, to be honest. Because, like, other than the fact that you can't play certain games on older consoles, the games that you could play on those consoles still will just run just as well throughout. Well, I guess it's the same for classic games. But then Windows gets harder to run and requires more RAM and resources. And you know what? This analogy fell apart. Totally fine. Anyways, I almost had something there, though. It was almost a complete thought. We were almost there. We almost made it, chat. Def Gamer, what's up? I have RTX 3060, still runs good. Awesome. As long as it does what you need it to do, 0 upgrades are necessary. You're good. Consoles are the low watermark at the very least, but the Xbox Series S still exists for now. I mean, the downside of like coming out with two consoles in one generation with one being weaker is that game studios had to make their games work on that, and then so everything was designed for the lowest power console, right? Yeah. Oh man, this looks so tiring right now to do this. I don't know if I want to start. Oh man. I need to do this, chat. Tell me I need to do this. It's all getting late too. No, you can handle this. Come on. You're good. No? Really? Okay. Why are you doing that all of a sudden? Come on. Let's do this. Yeah? Is that better? Does that work for you? Is this good for you, Mike Arm? I was just complimenting you earlier. My mistake. All right, camera. Hey, there you are. Follow me. Thank you. Okay. Let's go down. Perfect. Okay. I was running the first gen Xbox One from 2017 up until like 2 years ago because I didn't know the dramatic upscale I was missing out on. The thing is, like, I've said this. Y'all know I've said this. I'm not trying to make another slogan or catchphrase. It's just true. For gamers, the only benchmark that matters is enjoyment. I didn't mean to do that. Come back. Come back. Stop right there. Okay. I can't gesture or this thing freaks out. The only benchmark that matters is enjoyment. You enjoying yourself? Forget other benchmarks. That's all you need. There, that will do. Okay. Dynamic mics are great, but you got to be kind of close for them to work. You need to do this. Thank you, Tech Blacksmith. I was on 360 Slim for the longest time frame. I like the 360. The 360 was a good era, I felt. I played all the Mass Effect games on that. Well, the original trilogy. Did they make it? They made another one, right? It doesn't matter. So I'm removing SATA from my... Remember, this is a video editing PC. I don't want anybody sneering at my SATA drives. This one was pre-existing, 4 terabytes. I need the stuff that's on it. Though I don't reference it all that much, I do need it. And this one is a 2 terabyte server SSD. So this has sort of things in place that if I'm working on something or I need something that like there's something I need to make sure won't get fried or what, this thing has some things in place that keep data secure or keep it accessible or whatever. I had a whole spiel for this when Kingston gave it to me, and that was a while back. Sorry, Kingston. It was for that PC over there, and that one stopped working because 2nd gen Threadripper has bad memory compatibility, or has memory issues. Should I buy the Aorus 5090 if it's only $700 AUD above the Zotac 5090? Vero, you keep going back and forth on this. I don't have an answer for you that I think you'll be satisfied with. You do what your heart tells you. So you're a SATA-ist at Brigathorn. Is that bad? I don't know what that is. I honestly, like, if you give me like 5 minutes, Anton, I can come up with a funny response for that. I'm a little tired right now, so my buffer is just not happening. They released the 2 PS eventually on Mass Effect. They released the 2 PS. They released it 2 PS on Mass Effect 2. Okay. Nintendo needs to allow external SSDs and VMEs. Well, you have micro SD. There's that. The smaller cards can go up to more than you think. When I got mine for Switch OLED, it was 128 gigs. Well, yeah, micro SD. I had a 512 gig in mine. But it wasn't the right standard for the Switch 2. Which is... I don't know, whatever they called it. What did I do here? I heard someone who was reviewing this PC say about these side panels here that they didn't know why they were there and they're not that great. This is awesome. All my cables are managed in here. So it keeps this clean. I know I unplugged a couple things, but look at how clean this was, okay? Because of this area here. It's freaking awesome. Like when you're building in certain cases and you're trying to get, there's a little opening in the corner there, gotta get the cable through there. This makes it a lot easier. This goes up there, whatever, or you're going through the top. In this case, you can get to every corner of this case with ease. I love it. There you are. I lost one of my awesome purple thumb screws yesterday on stream when I was taking out that USB card. I don't know, maybe in the VOD you can see when I'm doing that. You can see my face drop like, oh no, I'll get that out later. No, I get the sadist, but I just didn't know how to fold M.2 into that as a preference. Okay, I knew how, but I didn't want to. The small, let's see. Switch OLED has different card too, closer to the Switch 2. The Switch OLED ran the same thing. It ran the same hardware. It was just a different screen, as far as I remember. Peckish, welcome. Sure, I'll hydrate. All right. It has been a while. I always take the time to make sure I have water or sparkling water available to me, and then I always forget to drink it during stream. Thank you. What did I do here? Why is this stuck? I did a good job. Too good a job, actually. Ah, that's why. So in here, without taking off that side panel, I just couldn't access this Velcro strap that I had here because I knew I was gonna have to take this out. So I don't think I did really. I didn't do like permanent cable management with this. And I tend to cable manage power separately from data, RGB, stuff like that, because of the fact because you have to sometimes troubleshoot one and not the other. You don't want to like I just removed this cable without destroying my other cable management for the most part. There you go. See, everything else still pretty much where it was at. I could put that Velcro tie down there again if I want to, but this is a zip tie I have right here. That's the one that I have. So that I just need to clip. But there's another zip tie right here that's holding all the front panel I/O together. So I do this. I can remove this cable without screwing up any of the rest. It's all about like, you know, try not to cross the streams essentially. Keeping things like data, fan, PWM fan connector, you know, fan wires, your RGB cables, keep them close, but kind of separate in their own little bundles. And then you bundle all them together with a larger like Velcro strap. And then you undo that, but nothing comes unraveled except the thing you want to come unraveled whenever you're choosing what to cut or what to remove. Was that clear as mud? Did I do a good job? Okay. So I should be able, I gotta remove this one here. So I got my 8-pin extenders here. I'm gonna go ahead and unplug that and then pull these out and it'll be ready to remove. Sometimes during the day, my brain craves water so badly, I accidentally drink 2 liters of water in 20 seconds. It's kind of concerning. Yeah, that's not healthy, actually. You want to slowly drink water. But first time I built my first PC, I spent 2 weeks of trying and figure out how the hell fan connectors worked and what I needed to buy to get them to work properly. Yeah, it's either, there is some planning needed there. Sometimes you just buy yourself a big old fan hub and just call it a day. Buffering, huh? Okay. This is another. There we go. I just had to find my pull point for that Velcro strap where it separates. There we go. Pull those out, and you can't really see what I'm doing, but this stream wasn't really planned to be any kind of PC building or anything. It was just we didn't have really anybody fill out the form that I could help today. So this is a better use of my time than just like, well, how are you guys doing? Although I did ask that too. How do you make more connectors to a fan hub? Well, that's what the hub is for. Like, the hub itself has the connectors that you need for your fans. If you have more fans, then you have PWM headers on your motherboard, 4-pin fan connectors on your motherboard. So basically one cable goes from the hub. Well, it would be 2 cables that go from the hub to the motherboard. It would be one for fan control and the other for RGB if it's a PWM and RGB fan hub, which is nice because that just does everything. And then you have probably SATA power to power it all. Most of the fan hubs that I've encountered work just like that. I have a friend in Denmark who's going to buy a bad pre-built PC. They won't let me convince him otherwise, and they're trying to spend full price for Windows 11 key from Microsoft. I can't convince him otherwise. So sad. Look up reviews. See if there's any bad reviews, like video reviews of that pre-built system integrator, and share that to them. If they don't listen to you, maybe they'll listen to someone who actually has bought one or is secret shopping it or is reviewing it in general. Ghost Punter, what's up? I thought about PC. No one else in my life is all that technological, so pre-builts just became the easier option. Yeah. Does being bald help with aerodynamics? Clearly. Yeah. I hope that helps. Yeah, the thing is, Ghost Toner, whenever someone is like, oh, it's easy to build a PC, yada, 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 blah, 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 they might have, either they had someone around to help them, or they're comfortable with just watching a video and following those instructions. Not everybody feels comfortable with that, with doing that with their savings or their hard-earned money. Like, that's not something that I would put on anybody just because it was fine for me, you know? Like, oh, I need to get into this lower part here where I have a bunch of the cables. Oh, there it is. Now I can reach my 24 pin to that extender and just yoink. Like I said, just yoink. 24-pin cables are just like that, okay? I gotta unscrew this too. I normally would have a light here. I didn't do that. Oh, snap. Yo, what happened? Who's doing something? Omega 23 Gamma rated with a party of 5. That's not how I do that. This is how I do that. Omega 23 Gamma rating with a party of 5. Let's go, nerds. My camera is not in its normal placement, so I have to lean in like this. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? What is up? I don't need to have that echo anymore. There we go. Omega 23 Gamma, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Let me drop a little shouty outy in. I've never said it like that, and I don't know why I did just now. Let me drop a little shout out in here. You guys go drop a follow for Omega. They were doing science and okay, tell me what you were doing in the science and technology category. Omega 23 Gamma. What was going on over there? That was sciencey and or technology-y. Look at all this activity here. Wow. I mean, I'm digging all the purple for sure. Arduino and Raspberry Pi. Nice. Always wanted to get into that stuff. Never got into them. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. It's just, I guess I didn't have any influences around me that were into it, or like it's just I didn't find the right content or something. And I know people who, like, I know a few people that make awesome content in that vein. I just never went that route. Oh, I was pointing my screwdriver in the wrong direction. It's over here. There we go. It's super fun. It looks fun. And every time, like, I'm watching something like, let's see. I don't know, how am I forgetting Michael, Will, those guys, when they're doing all these crazy electronics builds and like, just throw an Arduino in here. And it's like, yo, chill out. Like, okay, I guess I'm not doing this project. Also, this looks very dangerous, so I wouldn't have done it anyway. I don't know what is wrong with me. I can't remember their last names right now, but they literally have their channels just their names. So whatever. You know who I'm talking about, probably. But I tend to stick to the bigger computers. And generally, you know, help out people who are looking for them, just getting into them for the first time. But anyways, I know you just finished streaming. If you got to get a screen break, go take, you know, go grab some grub, do whatever you need to do. All good. I appreciate you coming in. Trust me with your viewers, community. Thank you very much for that. I'm not gonna be on that much longer. I was just because I didn't have any forms filled out this time, like I usually do, where I help people out. Then I was like, I need to do stuff with this PC. Let's just do that. So that's what I ended up doing. That's why the title doesn't match the activity that's going on right now. Start a raid and run. Hey, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was saying. You're all good. I've done it plenty of times, so you're all good. Thank you for the raid. Also like doing that. Just helped a friend buy all the stuff for his first PC who's building it next Tuesday. Can I share the parts list? We are coming to the end of the stream. That would have been something to do earlier in the stream, so I could sort of, you know, scrutinize it, take a look at it. But I'll be back on Tuesday doing those. I like the title not matching sometimes. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's in the right category, right? Science, it's a, like, who's going to come in here and be like, now that's not the right science and technology. Well, it says PC. He's working on probably a PC. Why is it purple? I don't know. What is PC matchmaking? I invented that. 700 X3D, 9060 XT, 16 gig MATX full black build. If that's for 1080p, yeah, but I feel like unless you got a great deal on the 7800 X3D, it's a little out of balance. GPU needed a little more love, I think. It's technology, duh. Yeah, absolutely. Come on, Dan Clancy. CEO of Twitch.com. It's .tv. I know it's .tv. Okay, that was part of the joke. CPU heavy games. Oh, okay. Lead with that so I don't criticize what I shouldn't criticize. This is why in the forum, it tells you, like, it makes you say what you're going to be using the PC for. Although I don't have a specific thing that says CPU heavy games, you know, gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, programming / game design, or coding / game design, stuff like that. All right. You got it, Omega. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Antec Flux Pro comes with 6 fans pre-installed. However, the fan hub only has 5 connections. That's pretty annoying. I mean, look, the average motherboard, Veto, has more than one 4-pin PWM header. So I guess maybe that's what they were thinking. Just like plug it into another motherboard connection. Come on. So you were asking, how do you have make a fan hub have more connectors? That's easy, Veto. Just get a PWM splitter. It'll just have one connection to go into the hub, and it'll come out with 2 of the sockets that you would connect into, the headers basically that you would connect into. Okay, just get a PWM splitter. There you go. Now I get what you were saying. My fan hub doesn't have enough fan connectors. How do I get more? That was a question, right? So there's your answer. Just gotta get this bracket off of here. I mean, look, I'm not done and I have to finish this, so I guess I'll run a little bit late regardless. The first thing I do with any PC I have, even if I don't have all the fans right now, I buy a bunch of PWM splitters, the 4-port ones, so I have basically unlimited PWM ports for upgrading. Yeah, there are certain kinds of splitters where you'll have, like, if you just get the one where it's like, you know, you have the 4-pin to plug into the header, and it splits immediately. I can't stand those. I need a little bit of a lead. You know, like have like a, like that's how I have this RGB splitter here. Is because I don't have an RGB hub in here, and there are 10 fans plus multiple other smaller RGB thingies. So I'm using all of the RGB headers on the motherboard, which there were plenty. Plus, I have some of the other devices just running off of this 5 5-way splitter, but it has a long lead to the motherboard, so it's cleaner for cable management. Anyways, I said a lot, but I didn't say much. I talked a lot, but didn't say much there. You get what I'm saying. Not first thing fan related, right? Mainly because they're incredibly cheap, like $3. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where like it's cheap to have it, but time-wise, it's expensive if you don't have it. Because then you're like, how do I figure out how to work around this? Or should I just wait till the morning till I can go get one or whatever? Yeah. You can go back to the PC you came out of. There you go. Could have thought this through a little better, I think. Okay, that's fine. Could have planned that out a little better. It's okay. Arcat says, it's alive. Hell yeah, there you go. Congrats. Is your spine still alive, though? Is your back still working, or is it hurting? I feel for you. Building a whole setup all in one go. Crazy. Of course I lost a screw. Why wouldn't I lose a screw? Oh, it's right there. It's on the screwdriver. You silly magnet, you. You got me. Okay. This thing's just about ready to go in there. Have you played Half Sword yet? No, I've not. John, I have not. It looks fun though. It looks a little crazy, a little fun. Is that the one where it's like VR? Right? It's the VR one, VR medieval combat. I'm at the sit on my butt stage. There you go. Okay, about ready to go in. You just orient these how I want them to be coming out of that area. Oh my god, this little guy's like a grappling hook for other cables. This is the RGB cable for the 12V, 12V2, 12V HPWR, 12V2x6 cable. I'm really questioning myself on that one, but oh well, it's there. It's going in. So that's going to be our 8-pin CPU. That'll go that way. Yep, perfect. SATA will go to the right side here along with this RGB. I should run it. Actually, I'm going to go to zip tie it to the SATA cable here so that it's not just loosey-goosey there. Man, saying that made me feel real old. I think it can be VR, but yeah, medieval combat. I don't know how to spell it. That's okay. Shipping is a 3-day minimum. Wow. Let me just add another zip tie here. Just keep these. No, that one's fine. Because then I can, like, remove that later if I need to. And we'll route that over the PSU just like with the 8-pin CPU. You know what? No, I'm redoing this one. It's too tight. Cannot slide it to tighten it later, so. I need to be able to reach this. In case I decide to take out this 12VH PWR cable, the RGB one, or the Asia Horse one, I just want to be able to remove the RGB cable of it without having to take the power supply out. So that's why I'm doing it this way. That probably doesn't make any sense, but just trust me. When you're doing cable management, you can be considerate of now you and try to do it as fast as possible so you can stop doing it sooner. But it's better to be considerate of future you and do things in such a way that you're just making things easier for yourself in the future if you have to fix or change anything. Okay. It's going in. Okay. Nice, nice. Not bad at all. Hope you guys are having fun. I'm just going at this point. Game is so addicting. It's almost I was going to get off like 10 matches ago. What game would that be? Oh, the one. That's right. That's right. Half Sword. Yeah. And is that at multiplayer, like you're playing against other players? I mean, Australia is the same size as the USA, but with 11 times less people, and most of it is uninhabitable. Yeah, all the like actual civilizations like on the edges, right? Like on the coast. It is really satisfying to cable manage something in such a way that you don't have to destroy it to change stuff. It's so nice, especially in a system that has to be a workhorse. Like, I'm taking a few risks here with this being a workhorse system where I'm going with some stuff I normally wouldn't, where I need reliability more than anything, but it's going to be in my background, like over there in the corner. And it needs to, I want it to be striking. And also, it's a purple case. I ain't selling that short. Aesthetically. I hate 3-pin ARGB connectors. They're the worst. There, I said it. It's not a hot take. Most people who build PCs feel that way. So. I'm just going to get these plugged in and then manage it after to make sure I have enough slack. Gotta fold that down a bit. Just plug it in, say to there. Go. And then that just needs to get tucked in there, managed. And, you know, with Velcro. This is my 8-pin CPU right here. 8-pin CPU power dual here. So we're just going to fold that up. That just needs to connect right here because I have extenders for that. Yeah, that makes it a lot easier. Don't need to remove the radiator or none of that stuff. So that needs to be about that far in right there. So yeah, that should be fine. There's a little slack in the extenders, so in the cable extensions, so that's fine. I don't need to thread that. Let's just get that on there. You know, I probably should have fed this through before I cable managed it, or before I folded it over. But there we go. We're fine. There we go. That was a little harder than I made that harder than it should have been, but we're good. And just connects there. 1. And 2. I'll figure out that. Oh, that's actually whatever. I'll wrap that around there later. Neat. And then this, just like, you know what? You don't get to see none of that. Nice and clean. And then it looks like this. I love this. This right here is freaking perfect. Just these little cable management areas right there are awesome. I'm going to do the same thing here. Looks not like a mess. I mean, I've got it pretty good, but I got to add that in. I'll manage it up and that'll be fine. Let's get the front part done. So this is interesting right here. This is a micro USB. And for the AIO, it has a screen on it, and that uses micro USB as well. It's one of their older AIOs with a screen. It's one they needed to send me because there was a delay on the new one that they had, which is likely USB-C. But the USB cable that it came with it goes to the USB 2.0 header on the motherboard and then splits into 2. And there's this one. Why is this down here? Well, because they have a special screen that can go here, and there's a faceplate down here, or a grill that accommodates that actually came with this case, but the screen is sold out right now. So I couldn't like order one to add in. And I didn't want to ask Thermaltake after they've given me a ton of stuff. I was going to get a little screen on it. But I had another idea though. What if I just get a screen that's roughly that size? Instead of one that's like this size with the grill around it, what if I just get one that's like this size? Because they sell screens like that on Amazon. What do we think? Oh, all right. Peckish, thanks for hanging out. And John, thank you too. When I have the tower completely shut down and cooled off, is it okay to put the plastic bag over it? I have cats and I don't want to take the chance. Yeah, that should be fine once it's, cooled for a bit. Sorry, I stopped paying attention to chat. That's not cool for a streamer to do. But I was like in the zone, just trying to get this done so I can go eat something. So I was just thinking, what if I just got a screen that was like that size? And what if Thermaltake, because they have a few cases that little screen fits into, what if they came out with a screen like that? The only thing is, the little screen fits in like the Tower 200, the 300, and the 600. A bigger one like this size wouldn't fit in those smaller cases. So there's not a lot of reason to make that. I would have to figure out a way to affix it to here. It might not look right. I just don't know. Oh. Let me get the 24 pin connected first. Yeah, so I gotta like pull this through to make that happen, but okay. Okay, that actually might not be able to stay there anymore. I mean, oh no, it'll fit if I bring it around here. There we go. I just wanted to be able, just in case I do get that screen at some point, I wanted the USB connector to just be ready to just plug and play. There you go. And there is our new 12V HPWR cable that comes right up here and into there. Oh, I got it upside down. I got the wrong one, or they sent me the wrong one. I guess with it being vertical, it doesn't really matter, but I'll get another one. I'll get the right. Oh no, actually I think I have the other orientation on the way. Yeah, that's upside down, but oh well. This whole PC is all flipped around and sideways anyway. Is it normal to be grinning like a fool? Yes. It is normal, acceptable, and potentially expected, Arcade. You're good. Yeah, I don't suppose it really matters what way that's facing. Well, I want it to come from here. So that's the other one. I'll have that come in. But, yeah. It's still a sick cable. I don't care. It's freaking awesome. I think those cables are really nice designed. I've got the 24-pin one down there, so this will match it. Let's get the fans set up in here. And, yeah. I need to get the PCIe socket covers, right? The PCIe slot covers right there. Got like one right here. But I needed to remember where I put the other one because I had that USB card in there. So ignore that for now. It's late, right? No, what am I doing? Get out of there. I love these fan connectors because, like, you want to remove the fans. All right, you want to put them back on? Cool. That's it. It's connected. There's magnets. How do they work? Doesn't matter because they do work. Okay, now we have all three fans there. Not just two, balanced up or down or wherever they're going to be. No, just exactly what we need. That makes me happy. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for sending out the 360s. I don't have to turn the GPU this way. It's much better. Also, yeah, I'm going to get... I should have one of those proper 12E HPWR cables coming in to have that oriented the right way. I think I ordered one of each, but that or they sent me the wrong one. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the wrong one came in sooner than the correct one. And I got too excited and I wasn't paying attention. Oh, it's not hooked in. 1 second. Keep doing that. The downside to a lazy Susan or a turntable, as some might call it, is that it will turn even when you don't want it to, like that. So I was thinking, because I see stuff like the LTT screwdriver, stuff like that. I was thinking, channel grows some, stuff like that. I want to make one that has a brake, that it's constantly in place unless you grab it a certain way and there's like a little lever there and then you can move it around. That way you can screw stuff in, stuff like that. It's not turning. That's. I think that'd be pretty cool. Don't steal my idea. It's on the VOD now forever. So this is my OC. Don't steal. All right. Cool. That should sit properly now. The thing is, if you don't sit this in there properly, the grill will not go back on. So that's actually good. It'll let you know so you don't end up warping this thing. Go. And oh no, cables, what do we do? What cables? What are you talking about? No cables. Look at how clean that is. It's perfect. This does look a little bit silly, but I like silly. Fine. Don't make me feel bad about it, chat. It's fine. Wait, is that on the bottom or the top? It's on the bottom. Had it right the first time. What cables? Of course, these fans do go on top as exhaust, and they too connect just with a magnet right there. So I just pivot that in right there, lay that down, it screws in with a couple of thumb screws. I shouldn't do this yet because I need to put a couple of cables in there. Your I/O is in the top here, and there's a place in the back, or like essentially in the top, in the lid, you have a gap up top, and then they go in through, let's not drop it, these two openings right there, if you see them. There you go. That goes to the GPU, this goes to the motherboard. Yeah. But whatever, I'm just gonna plug this in for power, turn it on so we can see it. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to pull this all the way to the center here. Let's do this. My back does not like that. Hi, camera. Hey. Okay. Stop right there. There you go. Stop. No, stop, buddy. Come on. There you go. Okay. It's a little too low. Let's go back up. Up a little bit. And then back over here. It's like having a stubborn cameraman who's just like, what do you mean? I'm there. Okay. What's over here mean? I'm not going to be able to like move this around, so we'll just turn it on. There we go. Okay. Did I pull? I pulled it out of the... You know what? Forget it. I don't have a good power set, like a power... My power strip is like way on the corner of my desk. I think I partially pulled it out and it freaked out. Whatever. It's late. I'm tired. Tomorrow. I'll finish it up tomorrow. I'm tired. But you know what? We saw it for a second. There we go. Before I started to turn it and it was like... I don't want to break the thing. Whatever, I'm done. All right, guys. There we go. Come back to me. There we go. Zoom in. All right. Even anybody still here? There's 15 people still here. I went on too long tonight. And I was hardly doing anything. Or I was just doing this. I wasn't even looking at chat. But okay, guys. I'm going to call it a night. I'll catch you all on the next one. Sunday. Probably gaming. Can't do Silk Song. I already beat it. All the endings. It's okay. And it was worth it. Worth every second of it. But we'll see. I'll probably get back to my first time playthrough of Metroid Prime Remastered. Boy, I'm taking forever to get through that one. I don't know. I'm too tired to think about rating right now. We're just going to call it a night. But I'll catch y'all on Sunday. See you guys then. Sunday is Twitch only, by the way. That's where the gaming streams happen. For those who are new and were watching on YouTube. But YouTube, PC Matchmaking back on Tuesday. Hopefully we have some people to help out then. But until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!